Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Indra in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 111, Everything But the Rain. A few days ago. Aim. The city of Aim was a peculiar one, Orochimaru thought. He had been here before, during the Second War, of course, for different reasons. In Aim, the rain and fog rarely abated, if it ever did. Orange lights came from the tower's windows. Some of the buildings seemed to pierce even the clouds. During his life, he had seen many cities, but none quite like this. It was something that stood in its own category, high towers of steel surrounded by a vast lake. And the tower's shadows slanted sharply toward the east. High up, in the highest building in the city, lived a mortal god. Ever watching? Orochimaru walked through the crowded streets. Aim was dense with people, although not as much as Konoha. He was headed to the center of the city, walking with a civilian's demeanor, and it took him a long while to get there. Rain evaporated from his face almost as soon as it touched it. He did not bother with a hood, as he was under a disguise anyway. But if the rumors were true, it wouldn't change much. He would have avoided coming here at all, if he could, but it was more than time to take a stand. The more they waited, the worse the outcome would be. Orochimaru entered the hotel's lobby. It was nothing too fancy, just a wide communal space divided by a few pillars, with a large window that faced the street. Not the most conspicuous of places. Which was why they had picked it, of course. Disguises went a long way. The man at the reception gave him a long, searching look, and Orochimaru just nodded, as blandly as he could make it. There were a few people scattered across the lobby, a few merchants, and some workmen, too. Rough-clothed men, with hard eyes. There was a table of 3 people who gave him a look so short that anyone that wasn't Orochimaru would have thought they had imagined it. Orochimaru ordered a cup of tea, and went to seat himself somewhat close to them. He sat there, staring at the people walking through the rainy streets, enjoying a hot drink. You. Hey, you. One of the men at the table called him. Me. He asked slowly, not bothering to turn. Yeah, you. Fancy a game of cards? We're missing a 4th player. I'm sorry, but I don't play cards. Orochimaru waved off. Let's make today an exception, then. The only woman of the group laughed. Come on, handsome. Orochimaru sighed and went to sit at the table. He felt the man at the reception slowly lose interest in him. Hello. Orochimaru called, seating himself next to them. I hope you will be patient with me, I haven't played with other people in a while. For good measure, he weaved a light illusion around them, one that the second man, the one who had stayed silent all along, reinforced. Now. Cards aside. Does Danzo know about this, sensei? Orochimaru asked, now openly amused. He could see through their disguises as easily as if they hadn't worn any, today. Danzo doesn't know. Sarutobi Hiruzen said flatly. He believes I'm here in Aim, yes, but for information gathering purposes. Who cares about what that old bastard thinks anyway? Senju Tsunade growled. Hiruzen glanced at her but didn't say anything. Hey, now. Jiraiya chuckled. Danzo might be the unpleasant, slimy, problematic sort of bastard, but we don't say it out loud, do we? No. Orochimaru smiled. We don't. Your student has been causing quite the trouble, Orochimaru. Tsunade said, taking a long swish of her drink. Non-alcoholic, Orochimaru smelled. He has, hasn't he? He asked with an amused grin, eyes glinting. For your sake, I hope most of the rumors are unfounded. Hiruzen said, eyes hard. That would depend on which ones we are talking about. He smiled. Did he help kill the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya asked, his face entirely still. Did Uzumaki Naruto have anything to do with Fugaku's death? No. Orochimaru said simply. And neither did I. Jiraiya deflated. Good. I had feared that Minato's son. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Something here didn't quite add up. Hiruzen gave Orochimaru a brief look. That Minato's son? Orochimaru asked. What do you think? Jiraiya shook his head, anger written all across his face. Taken in by that masked Uchiha. It's a wonder he didn't grow up to be worse. So, Jiraiya didn't know. Orochimaru pursed his lips in displeasure. This was one of Jiraiya's faults. Loyalty. And Sensei's tendency to keep secrets, even worse than his own. Once they got out of aim, he would tell him the truth. Now was the worst time. Hiruzen was giving him a long look, too. He likely knew what he was thinking. How was he? Jiraiya asked. Naruto. When you took him under your wing. Talented. Like his father. Angry, too. More than his mother. Orochimaru continued, pointedly not looking at Sensei. He has grown up being fed lies. Jiraiya shook his head sadly. I'd like to meet him. I shall tell him this, then. Orochimaru shrugged. But I don't think that he'll be interested solely on the virtue of you having been his father's teacher. I can imagine. Jiraiya grumbled. Does he harbor ill will against Konoha? Yes. Especially some of its higher UPS. He aims to kill the Hokage. Against Danzo and some people. Orochimaru simply said. For killing his friend. Uchiha Toru, you mean? Sasuke's cousin. Jiraiya asked, with a pained expression. No matter how much he personally disliked Danzo, he wouldn't go against him unless he did something terrible. Orochimaru knew this. Yes. Do you think he might try something? He might, yes. Orochimaru shrugged. Can't say I care. Don't. Jiraiya growled. This is still your home village. Talk some sense into him. I fear this might be a bit too late for this. Orochimaru said dryly. Whatever happens to Danzo, he brought upon himself. Hiruzen looked away. Danzo is careful. Nothing will befall him in this way, Jiraiya. That's not the man continued to grumble. Just the fact that he's willing to try is too much. Orochimaru shrugged. What can I say? You're such a bastard. Jiraiya spat. As if you didn't have anything to do with the situation. How long have you been whispering poison in his ear? Stop. Tsunade called, giving each of them a hard look. We're not here to discuss Minato's son. No matter how much justified anger he has against people like Danzo. But Jiraiya began. Shut up. Tsunade growled. You can do this later. We have more pressing concerns. Or did you pull me out of my peaceful retirement for nothing? No. Orochimaru shook his head. And I thank you for coming. All of you. The only reason I am here at all is because Uzumaki Nagato is a greater threat than even you could be. Sensei said quietly. And Danzo is willing to let him be, as long as he takes care of our enemies. I humbly disagree. Jiraiya grinned a sharp grin. Why would I miss the family reunion? It's been years. Then he turned harder. Besides, Nagato is my responsibility. Orochimaru said nothing. Make sure Naruto doesn't become anything like how he turned out, Orochimaru. That is the only thing I can really ask of you. Jiraiya almost pleaded. Not Minato's son. He's different. Still. You're assuming he listens to me. But. Orochimaru sighed. I'll try to make sure he doesn't completely lose it, then. Or that his anger is focused. Thanks. Jiraiya was still somber. I'm sort of looking forward to meeting him. I don't think he's irredeemable yet. He might not have anything against Konoha itself. He glared again. But you're going to have to explain why you stole a Biju so brazenly and why dash. Tsunade scoffed. I said, move on. It was your home too, Tsunade. If you still cared. Jiraiya. Hiruzen spoke. I have my part of responsibility in this mess too. A big part. Jiraiya paused. What do you mean? This is a conversation for later. The third Hokage continued. I will tell you everything. Then you're free to make your own decision. We will talk to Naruto together. There's clearly something important you're not telling me here. Jiraiya growled. Yes. Hiruzen admitted. But as Tsunade said, now is not the moment. Jiraiya grunted, looking as though he wanted nothing more than continuing. He still abetted, slouching back into his chair. By the way, sensei. Orochimaru asked him quietly. Whatever did you do with Lord Second's Edo Tensei? Hiruzen gave him a long, hard look. I got rid of it entirely. I think the world will be better off for it. Orochimaru sighed. There went a few plans. Now that everyone is good fucking finally. Tsunade grunted. What's the plan? Orochimaru gave her a searching look. Did you get over your hemophobia? She gave him a wry look. Without blinking, her hand shaped itself into a chakra scalpel, cutting into the skin of Orochimaru's hand, which bled freely. Just like he did, she remained unfazed. Good. He smiled, and she healed him in the blink of an eye. It wouldn't do to go into battle with a liability. Don't you think I know this much? I am the medic. She shot back. Now, will someone answer my question? What's the plan? Jiraiya bared his teeth in something that couldn't be called a grin. We find Nagato. And we stop him. Nagato is in the tower. Hiruzen said, drumming his fingers on the table. And the rain is saturated in his chakra. He knows we're here. Indeed. Orochimaru continued. We might as well discard subtlety altogether. Let us hope our escape plans will prove to be sufficient if things take a turn for the worse. Well, in that case. Tsunade muttered. Let's get going, then. Not that I'm not enjoying this little get-together, but time is of the essence. It is, isn't it? A man's voice said. Time stilled. Nagato Uzumaki sat at their table. Jiraiya could only stare, baffled. After he had left the three of them, Jiraiya had only heard of their names in passing for years. As mercenaries, hiring themselves out to fight in several different conflicts. And then, he had heard they had died, all three of them. Finally he learned that two of them had survived. But without Yahiko's vision, they had gotten misguided. Just like he feared Minato's son. Later. One problem at a time. Nagato looked well. He was dressed in fine clothing, nothing suitable for battle. He was healthy and strong. Terrifyingly so. Jiraiya didn't need to be a censor to figure out that his student was so far above either of them that the gap in between them might as well be a canyon. Nagato. He breathed out. Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato nodded politely. It is good to see you, even though the circumstances might not be the most pleasant. Jiraiya gave him a humorless grin. Funny how things work, eh? Most of the circumstances you are talking about are from your own doing. Nagato gave him his own mirthless smile. Maybe it is so. Where is Konan? Nagato's face turned carefully blank again. Why don't you ask your friend? Ah. He knew right away who Nagato was talking about. Orochimaru had killed her, then. Maybe Naruto, even. Nagato managed to keep himself grounded. Even then, the air filled with a sense of pressure. His purple eyes gleamed with power, and Jiraiya almost felt his shoulders bow from the pressure he was exerting. Nagato breathed out. The pressure abated. Jiraiya was very worried. If this was simply a fraction of Nagato's power, they were screwed. You seem angry. I didn't kill Konan myself. Orochimaru managed to shrug. You might as well have handled the blade that cut her. Nagato replied evenly. Well. You came here today for a reason. TCH. Don't be so impatient. Tsunade chided, but Jiraiya could see through her facade. She was just as concerned as he was. Nagato almost smiled. You came into my village, didn't you? Why should we waste any more time? Ah. Orochimaru sighed. I really should have killed you back then and saved us all a whole lot of trouble. Maybe you should have. Nagato gave him a dangerous smile. Jiraiya barely held back a wince. Why was he provoking him? Part of this is my fault. Jiraiya said. I should never have left you. Nagato chuckled. I disagree, You did much more than you should have. And I don't think it is your fault. People are to blame. In the war-riddled world we live in, there will be plenty more of this. Becoming strong is not enough. Is that what you're planning by gathering the beasts? Nagato shrugged. They might be a solution, yes. Creating a super weapon and handing them to other countries. Until fear stops conflicts. These are the words of a traumatized child. Hiruzen said harshly. Nagato lifted an eyebrow. Oh? Pray tell, what is your solution? Doing nothing? You and Uchiha Fugaku letting Danzo roam free directly led to the ongoing war. As well as Yahiko Dash. He cut himself off. Akatsuki's meddling led to this war. Hiruzen retorted. How many of the cage are under your thrall, right now? Nagato smiled. That is fair enough. I won't hide the hypocrisy here. I will simply ensure that what needs to be done is accomplished. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. What happened to you? Nothing so special. I grew up, that's it. You've gotten even crazier over time. Orochimaru shook his head, bemused. And here I thought the delusions would stop at some point. That is quite amusing, coming from you. Nagato said. Now, before anything else. Let me ask you one question. A heavy silence stretched. Would you be willing to join me? Nagato asked. Is this your idea of a joke? Jiraiya shot back. Nagato shrugged. Valuable ninja are something of a rare prize. If your goal is peace as well, I don't see why you wouldn't join me while you still can. My answer has not changed. Orochimaru said. Good. Nagato smiled, showing teeth. It will be my pleasure to tear you apart. Orochimaru tried for a bland smile. No. Never. No thanks. Are you sure? Nagato asked again. I would really prefer to avoid this. The only answer he got were dry stares. Suit yourself. Nagato shrugged. I didn't really expect anything else. I still had to ask. He stood up. Well. Shall we get started, then? Nagato asked, almost pleasantly. The eagerness in his eyes belied his voice. We are in the middle of the city. Tsunade glared at him, the weight of her hand on the table almost breaking it. This is true. Nagato said with a small smile. And I would prefer to avoid fighting here. Sarutobi released two jutsu simultaneously. He had been weaving them entirely silently. Wind release, air thrust. Fire release, dragon flame bullet. A roaring flame came into existence in the middle of the restaurant. People started screaming. Nagato casually batted the jutsu away, forcing Orochimaru to leap away from the table. Jiraiya was already in motion, a raise-non aimed at Nagato's head. Tsunade was behind him, falling toward him with her leg extended, ready to blow the entire place to nothing but rubble, despite her reservations. Orochimaru came from the other side, his legendary sword swishing through the air, enhanced by wind. As I said. Nagato continued, unimpeded. Let us go somewhere else. He extended his left hand, and something pulled the four of them toward him. Up so close, they couldn't dodge, and they had to cancel their attacks. Using the momentary distraction, Nagato grabbed Tsunade, so much faster than they had thought he was. A rift in space opened in front of Nagato, and he pulled both himself and Tsunade into it. Well. Nagato said, as he was fading into it. Follow me, then. Don't dash, Orochimaru began, but Jiraiya was already jumping in. After a long look at him, so did Sarutobi. Orochimaru cursed their names, the brilliant idea of taking care of things himself, Uzumaki Nagato, and followed. Chapter 112, The Tale of the Four Ninja. Tsunade kicked Nagato away the instant they touched the earth. The man flew to the skies, despite the mechanized armor that appeared over his arms to protect him from the impact. Orochimaru looked around briefly. They were still in the land of rain, and far away in the distance, he thought he could see a Megakure. But other than this, there was nothing around them, except for a vast, rocky expanse. Without wasting any time, Orochimaru started standing still, gathering natural energy. Jiraiya summoned the Elder Toads. According to what little they knew about the Rinnegan's ability, using natural energy was their best bet. They had tried more covert operations over the last weeks, but Nagato was nearly impossible to reach, for most people. He played God, certainly, but he did it well. Meaning they had to come themselves, as some of the world's only sages. There was a rumor floating around AIM. And if it held any truth, combined with the fact that Nagato knew who had killed Konan, and the fact that he knew most of their abilities, they had to go now. More directly than Orochimaru preferred. Smoke rose, and once it dispelled, Monkey King Inma, Hiruzen, and Tsunade stood on top of Katsuya's head. Acidic mucus flew at Nagato. A massive, multi-headed dog appeared out of thin air, falling on top of Katsuyu, who split into hundreds of smaller slugs. Sarutobi was already on top of the dog, the Monkey King following him, turning into the legendary adamantine staff. He spun through the air, with a grace, agility, and speed that belied his old age. A mechanical blade formed itself out of Nagato's arm, and the next moment they were exchanging strikes. Sarutobi was much more efficient, not wasting any movement. But Nagato was much faster. After deflecting the staff, his hand touched Sarutobi's chest. He pulled. Something purple started to come out of Sarutobi, who stood there, frozen. In a blink, Tsunade was here, and the seal over her forehead had spread to cover most of her body. A precise, electrical strike to the base of Nagato's spine cut off whatever it was he was going to do. To her surprise, he recovered right away. A mass of flesh extended itself from his right shoulder, and it turned into a cannon. A blast of pure blue energy exploded, carrying Tsunade far away. She was sent soaring, flipping head over heels. Sarutobi had been weaving jutsu. 3 of them, on top of each other. Earth release, great mudslide. Wind release, cyclone shot. Fire release, great fireball. Mud formed itself out of nothing, coming down in an avalanche on top of the summoned creature. The 2 other elemental chakra types the third had channeled blended together, in a giant stream of fire. The resulting attack melded with the muddy river, turning into a veritable hellstorm. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were away one moment, and then they were right here, in midair. The Toads and Jiraiya sent a combined blast of toad oil, wind, and fire. On the other side, Orochimaru cast a mixed wind and lightning jutsu. Wind release, great vacuum cannon. Lightning release, hands of torture. It was not the first time they had worked this combination together, but they never had to do so in Sage mode before. Ninpo, Raging Drive. Such an attack was powerful enough to get rid of almost any man. But Nagato was pretty far from being any man. One hand was extended in front of him, sucking in the third's jutsu, while the other simply stopped Orochimaru and Jiraiya's. It was like there was an invisible wall of pressure in between the firestorm and him. Undeterred, Jiraiya and Orochimaru threw themselves on top of him, engaging him in melee range. Nagato weaved through the strikes, his eyes moving from person to person so swiftly that it looked as though he were reading their every move. Which he might be. Hiruzen weaved 3 illusions on top of each other, but the only reaction that got was the ringed eyes turning toward him for a short instant. Nagato spun through the attacks, metallic blades escaping his sleeves in unpredictable patterns. One of them buried itself into Hiruzen's shoulder. And then Tsunade came back again, spinning through the air like a top. Her mighty, lightning-enhanced punch sent Nagato through his dog summon's head, splattering gore and brain. The dog disappeared, and reappeared. Nagato stopped falling in midair, and he still looked pristine. Is he flying? Jiraiya asked in disbelief. Out of all things. Nagato waved a hand lazily and the summon the Konoha ninja had all been standing on suddenly vanished. Gamaiken! Jiraiya called, summoning the gigantic toad in midair. Nagato was already flying toward them, dropping like a rock on top of the summoned animal, in the middle of them. Jiraiya's hair extended like a living thing toward him. Nagato extended one hand. Shinra Tensei. Something pushed all of them off from Gamaiken's head. Gamaiken himself was pushed down by the force of it. Nagato extended his hand toward the airborne Sarutobi. Once more, it shaped itself into a cannon. The beam of focused chakra exploded out of him. Sarutobi weaved signs and stopped it? No doubt. His hands were smoking, his palms burned, but he was alive and wincing. And still falling. Orochimaru weaved hand seals. Hidden shadow snake hands, twisted coil. Snakes shot out of his sleeves, twisted in a double helix-shaped thing that wrapped itself around Nagato. They were not a fully physical thing, as half of their chakra was composed of natural energy. Wind release, great breakthrough. A crushing gust of wind flew from Orochimaru's mouth, enhanced by his sage mode. Jiraiya got the message. Toad art, majestic flame. The oil spat by the toads combined with Jiraiya's fire release again, transforming into a blaze of bright light. The third used a wind jutsu to slow his fall, watching what was happening very carefully. Both attacks were absorbed by Nagato as well, despite the senjutsu energy coursing through them. Orochimaru saw it happen, with something unreadable in his eyes. To see his precious ninjutsu techniques, the ones he had worked so hard for years, simply be dismissed this easily by someone who was born with mystic eyes. He was feeling somewhat frustrated. Was this the ceiling? The difference between a mere prodigy and someone who was touched by the something otherworldly? I think. Nagato began, amused. That you may have misunderstood. I can absorb senjutsu. Absorb this. Tsunade roared. Her fist sent him soaring to the ground again. Nagato slowed his fall down, landing on the earth slowly. Even in the distance, Orochimaru could tell that he was already starting to heal from the wounds they had inflicted upon him. The rest of them landed as well, at various speeds. Jiraiya, for one, smashed into the earth, trusting his sage mode to protect him from the worst of it. The third slowed his fall. Nagato was a terrible opponent. His summons were basically immortal, he could absorb ninjutsu, senjutsu. And he had oceans to call upon, ones that he called chakra reserves. What he sucked from their jutsu didn't matter at all. Fighting him head-on seemed to be even more dangerous, if Orochimaru's guess about that soul jutsu he had used before was right. It was also their best option, it seemed. Only Tsunade's attacks had done anything to him. The four of them surrounded Nagato, giving him a wide berth. He just stood there, in the midst of what might be the most dangerous team in the world, a dark smile upon his lips. Hiruzen summoned 3 clones. The Elder Toads, upon Jiraiya's shoulders, started weaving their most powerful illusion. Demonic illusion, Toad confrontation chant. Nagato apparently understood that he could not let them finish. Useless. Nagato called, bringing a hand forward to shoot a beam of blue light toward Jiraiya. I'll stop it, as many times as it takes. Nagato blurred forward, aiming at Tsunade first. Whether it was because she was a legendary healer or because she was the most dangerous to him was unclear. She blocked his attack, sending 3 electrical finger strikes into his arm, in a crude gentle fist imitation. Nagato didn't relent, and it was clear he was trying to grab her. But Tsunade was not one of the deadliest taijutsu fighters in the entire world for nothing. With a palm strike to his gut, she disturbed Nagato's control over his body, as short-lived as that was. Yellow lightning crackled around her leg. Inajima kick. Nagato summoned more of the mechanical armor from before. The strength of the impact shattered it and he was sent flying through a nearby expanse of rock. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were upon him. Frog-style kata blended in with Orochimaru's snake-style kenjutsu. Nagato was more than holding his own. It was as though he could sense, or see the natural energy build up in their every move, and dodge the backlash. The man deflected Jiraiya's crushing haymaker toward Orochimaru, who barely managed to dodge it. The impact shattered a small cliff. The Kusanagi whistled through the air, and Nagato grabbed Orochimaru's hand, forcing him to overextend, until the sword found itself buried into the earth. Orochimaru flashed, helped along with his wind mastery, slipping behind Nagato and palming a simple kunao that he shrouded in wind as well. Nagato kicked him away. His small, almost fragile-looking frame, belied the strength that he packed into every attack. Orochimaru hit the rock, spitting blood. The Rinnegan user was upon him again, his palm reaching for his soul. Jiraiya's giant Raiznon forced him to focus back on him. Both of them knew what was coming, and they leaped away, propelled by Orochimaru's wind jutsu. The next moment, Sarutobi's 3 clones called their attack at the same time. Multi-size expansion technique, adamantine crush. Multi-size expansion technique, adamantine crush. Multi-size expansion technique, adamantine crush. The now gigantic staves smashed into Nagato, breaking the earth. When the smoke cleared, he remained untouched, shielded by the same wall of gravitational force. Nagato's hands both opened to reveal cannons, glowing with chakra. He shot 10 times, destroying every single clone and the cliffs, preventing him from seeing them clearly. Once he was done, the entire area was flat. Orochimaru didn't wait. Neither did his allies. Multiple striking shadow snakes. Needle Jizo, Wild Lion's Mane. Lightning release, Raiden's Fury. Fire release, Lance of the Fire God. It was pure destruction, a mix of physical attacks and ninjutsu. Which meant that Nagato couldn't simply absorb them. Shinra Tensei. He called, and all of the attacks stopped. Which they had counted on. Orochimaru was sure that all of them had realized there was a delay in between his uses of this technique in particular. Why would he bother with avoiding attacks otherwise, if he could also just absorb whatever chakra he needed to power it? The 4 of them closed the distance. Fire wreathed Jiraiya's hand. Lightning surrounded Tsunade's leg. Wind covered Orochimaru's sword. Sarutobi's Monkey King staff's length was elongating with incredible force, its end shrouded by a serrated water blade, and the man had turned the earth under Nagato's feet to mud. The 4 of them moved as a single man, covering every angle. Additional arms shot out of Nagato, blocking each of them, and deflecting the staff strike. The Monkey King's upper body shot out of the weapon, and a black spike erupted, shooting through his chest. The staff disappeared and Inma just stood there, looking frozen. Sarutobi dispelled him, before anything else happened. And Orochimaru realized something terrifying. For all of the strange techniques Nagato had pulled out, he had barely used his greatest strength. His ninjutsu. As if on cue, Nagato spoke. You're not the only ones able to chain several elements together. Orochimaru saw it happen in slow motion. He almost saw the chakra build up within Nagato. Water came first. Away. Tsunade roared, trying to break the arm holding her. With Nagato absorbing her chakra, the task was much harder. If she could just get a single moment. Fire came second. Jiraiya tried to summon a sealing matrix. It flickered into nothing. Wind came third. Hiruzen's cloned weapons flew at Nagato. Lightning came fourth. Orochimaru let his most poisonous viper go forth. Earth came fifth. Tsunade summoned something in desperation. Ancient catastrophe. The world flashed white. The first thing that returned to Orochimaru was his sense of pain. He picked himself up with a groan, looking at the destruction Nagato had wrought. The 5 of them were in the middle of a glassed crater. There were pieces of Katsuyu everywhere. Tsunade had protected them, then. Orochimaru could see her in the distance. The illusion she normally kept up at all times had faded, revealing her true face. No matter how frail she might have looked to anyone who didn't know her, all Orochimaru could see was the strongest woman in the world. And she was gathering natural energy, now. The same fiery kunoichi who was ready to put everything on the line, when it mattered. And he knew Jiraiya thought the exact same. Sarutobi was slowly standing up. He was the one having the most trouble, there was no doubt about it. I will use the Reaper Death Seal. He groaned in pain. Orochimaru scoffed. He would never have let you get close enough before. What makes you think now is going to work? It probably won't, but I have to try. Otherwise, Jiraiya. Orochimaru turned to look. Jiraiya. Jiraiya was still fighting. How? He was losing. Badly, too. His blood covered his haori, and one of his arms was dangling uselessly. But he didn't relent. Something about the sight made Orochimaru feel as though the man had achieved his own dream. That Jiraiya had become more than a man. That old fool doesn't know when to give up, does he? Despite himself, something inside him was stirred by the display. And for a moment, he could remember what it felt like to grow up with them, to protect the place he had once cared about more than he had cared about himself. Orochimaru sighed and leaped forward, calling to the rest of them. "Come on, Sensei, Tsunade!" he shouted. "One more time." Orochimaru flew through the air and he could hear Tsunade's cough, but she dashed forward as well. And so did Sarutobi. The three sages and their teacher. "To think you would fight with us again, once more," the man said, shaking his head. There was a fond smile upon his lips, despite his words. Orochimaru simply laughed. "Jiraiya!" he called, throwing something at him, guiding it with the ability that his Snake Sage mode granted him. "On it!" The Toad Sage grinned back. He grabbed the sword of Kusanagi in midair, and a flame born out of natural energy danced along its edge. Nagato weaved around it, dodging every strike with preternatural agility. And he managed to stab Jiraiya. Where? Orochimaru couldn't say. But despite his own Toad Sage mode's increased durability, that looked like a lot of blood. "Jiraiya!" Tsunade roared. Orochimaru could see the red markings under her own eyes, the way he had only seen very few times. She was Hashirama's granddaughter, in every way. But she had never managed to hold it for long, though, and it was rarely worth the effort and risk, when her own fists could crush mountains already. "I'll be fine. Don't worry," he grunted back, cauterizing the wound shut. Orochimaru could see he wasn't, not at all. But they had to continue. Tsunade's kick broke Nagato's elbow entirely. With a grunt, he moved away, right into Sarutobi's shadow bind. He absorbed it, taking the third zone shadow with it. The real Hiruzen, hidden in it, came out with a perfect rising kick that would have broken any man's neck. Not Nagato's, though. Tsunade kicked him away again. Orochimaru recovered his sword. 4 clones of the third appeared. All of them were weaving hand signs. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, great fireball. Lightning release, lightning strike. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow mudslide. It was a true cataclysm. Nagato almost sighed. He extended his hands, ready to absorb the jutsu. Now. One last time. Jiraiya roared. The 2 others started weaving hand signs, just as he did. Fire release, Garuda. Lightning release, 6-pillar bind. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. A majestic dragon made out of fire roared, pillars of light came crashing into the redhead, and the last one shredded everything on its way. All of these 3 techniques were powered by senjutsu. Even Nagato himself couldn't absorb that much of it. "Shinra Tensei." Nagato had to call, grunting in exertion, his coils too full of natural energy. Perfect. They understood each other without even speaking, after so long. Orochimaru had feared that too much time had passed, maybe, but it turned out he had worried over nothing. Only physical attacks worked. Well, Orochimaru wasn't really one for brute force, but here was a man who absorbed and cancelled everything else. "Tsunade." "Orochimaru." Jiraiya called with a wild grin. "Let's go for the legendary 3-way. "Don't call it that." Tsunade roared. But a traitorous smile pulled at her lips. You perverted geezer." Orochimaru just hissed his laughter. Jiraiya gathered all of the energy the toads had gathered for him into his right hand, bathed in an orange light. Then he dismissed both of them, over their cries of protest. His tightened fist was almost brimming with power. Tsunade, on the other side, did the same. All that she had left, she focused into her left leg, with a golden flash. Orochimaru did so too, his sage mode fading away, as the greenish energy pooled into his sword. Hiruzen kept up the assault, forcing Nagato to continue absorbing the jutsu, staying immobile. The sun blurred. They roared. It was a flash of lightning, wind, and fire, and they used the elements to propel themselves. At the last moment, they simply discarded their elemental nature transformations. All that was left was pure physical power. The legendary 3 collided with Nagato. The resulting crash looked like the havoc brought by ninjutsu, a thing of pure power. It rose high up, close to the skies, and it ravaged the earth as well. Then they had to leap away, to avoid getting swallowed into the crumbling hole, themselves. Their sage modes faded away. Sarutobi pulled them away from it, using wind to carry them along. They watched on, from their vantage point. That was good, wasn't it? Like the good old times. Jiraiya muttered, sitting down to rest. I wouldn't have had it any other way. He let out a long, weary sigh. Orochimaru panted, as he swallowed a soldier pill. Sweat was running down his face, and he didn't have anything left. Close to him, the three others weren't faring much better. Sarutobi looked like the fight had aged him 10 years, and Tsunade's legs shook. If this didn't do the trick. Orochimaru began. I can't do much more, I think. Even summoning us out of here will take me some time. Sarutobi frowned. There is something wrong with the summons, too. I don't know when, but somebody Nagato, hopefully, because if he's not alone, must have put a contract seal down, to disrupt our ability to summon anything. I tried to call Sarajiro, after the flash. To no avail. Orochimaru hadn't noticed. That meant they couldn't use reverse summoning either. He would need to recover a bit before breaking the seal, if that was what it was. If Nagato was alive, hopefully he was too hurt to do much. Tsunade froze. Her eyes were wide with terror, and for a second Orochimaru thought the Uzumaki had returned. But she was not looking there, and so he followed her eyes. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya. He was sitting down, with a smile on his face. Blood was dripping down his face. He could well have been resting. But there was no mistake about it. Jiraiya of the Sunin had given everything he had into this last attack. And he was already dead. No way. Orochimaru breathed out, feeling something icy form inside his stomach. How? Sarutobi looked on in disbelief. And how could he not? He had expected himself to die during this battle. Not the sturdiest of them all. Jiraiya. Tsunade stayed silent. She fell to her knees. Orochimaru knew she would never fight again after this. If he himself had been the mind of the Sunin, and Tsunade the trio's body, Jiraiya had been its soul. Jiraiya? Jiraiya! Jiraiya! Then she started howling. The way he had heard her twice already. Too many times. He himself felt something build up behind his eyes. Not you. You fool. He shook his head. There was a terrible sound. Like the fabric of reality tearing itself open. Then the air rippled with power. Nagato came out of the hole and landed upon the earth. Then he was walking toward them again. There was something golden around him. A shimmer in the air. And something familiar about the power. This was exactly what his informants had warned him about. They had been too late already. He had already learned how to use it. No. Orochimaru realized just how outmatched they had been. No wonder the man hadn't seemed to take this so seriously. Orochimaru tried to warn Anko to reverse summon him. He couldn't summon anything. As Sensei had said, it didn't work. Fortunately, he knew better than to rely on one single escape. Orochimaru was no Namikaze Minato, but he had studied the man's scrolls. And he had prepared, in the last moments. His chakra spread and wrapped around them, Jiraiya included, for mere sentiment. Ninja art, dimension door. They disappeared, leaving Nagato behind. They reappeared close to a small cave, dozens of kilometers away, on the other side of AIM. A place he had marked before coming here. It was as far as he could go with this jutsu. Orochimaru breathed hard. He was running on fumes. Jiraiya was still dead. They had been wrong to come here. The urgency of the situation had forced their hand, but maybe firebombing the entire city, as he had thought, might have been their best solution. In spite of the casualties. What were the lives of AIM's citizens worth, compared to Jiraiya's? They stood silent, all three, all four of them. He gathered the last of his chakra, summoning the snake's maw. They still needed to get out of here entirely. There was a sound like a tear, and in a blink, Uzumaki Nagato was in their midst. The summon disappeared, forced away. My rain covers not only AIM itself. Nagato began, his face carved out of stone. Now, the entire nation of rain is my domain. Orochimaru hissed in a specific pattern. And the chakra and flesh-eating bacteria that he had put on the four of them without their knowledge sprang out. It began to consume them and everything around them that was flesh and chakra. Orochimaru used the last of his chakra to halt the process in his allies and himself. He fell to a knee. And so did Nagato. Purple, green, and yellow blooms of disease spread across Nagato's body, and he looked on in horror. His arm started to fall off. The bacteria had him. Orochimaru hissed again, softly. The disease spread even faster. Nagato had no more voice to speak. Tsunade and Hiruzen watched on in fascinated horror, and he motioned for them not to do anything. Tiredly. If they touched him now, or used their chakra. Rotten. Nagato managed to growl out. He still had vocal cords, then. This was the end for him. The leering face of a demon appeared from nothing behind Nagato's back. It bore the Rinnegan. Nagato disappeared inside. What? It lasted for only an instant. And then Nagato was back. Alive and entirely healed. You really haven't changed. Uzumaki Nagato spat. The same cruel methods as ever. I aim to please. Orochimaru said, his voice sounding distant even to himself. How many secrets did the Rinnegan hold? Do not bother trying this again. Nagato warned. I will heal again. Orochimaru had no chakra, no contingency plans, this time. Someone moved. Sarutobi stood protectively in front of them, weaving hand seals, but Tsunade remained frozen, staring at Jiraiya's cooling corpse, and she was facing old demons again. Ones that she thought she had left behind her. You fought well. I will meet you on the other side, once everything is settled. Hopefully, we can leave this conflict in the mortal realm. Nagato said. Sarutobi grabbed Nagato, and Orochimaru knew what he was doing. Sensei, don't. His voice rasped out, weakly. Nagato didn't seem to fear the Shinigami. Or maybe he just knew what Sarutobi was doing. How to counter it. And that they had no way of pinning him down. His chakra exploded out of him and blades erupted from his arms, forcing Sarutobi away. The jutsu would never have worked on him, Orochimaru knew. Not when he could separate himself from Sarutobi by summoning layers upon layers of metal. These eyes would have. The three of them were frozen in place by some unseen force. Nagato slammed his hands together. Light formed between his hands, turning into a black sphere that came to a stop above them, obscuring the sun. Chibaku Tensei. The earth broke under them, above them. Everything was pulled toward the heavens. They didn't have any much chakra left, but against this, Orochimaru wasn't sure if they could have done anything, anyway. The world seemed to be ripped apart and pulled to the now gigantic sphere of broken stone, hanging in the sky. They were pulled to the heavens as well. Nagato roared. In this moment when the ground slipped under their feet, when up became down and down up. Orochimaru thought Nagato might have been a god, after all. As darkness closed around them, Tsunade gave him a wry, sad smile. There are worse ways to go, aren't there? Orochimaru, sensei. The third smiled lightly. Yes. Yes. Maybe there are. Orochimaru thought of all of his unfulfilled ambitions, the dream he had never reached. 1 year or two and he could have. Well. There was nothing he could do at this point. HMPF. He chortled. I should have known not to risk my own hide. But well. I guess I'll have to take it. Orochimaru paused. Hiruzen's eyes gleamed, and so did Tsunade's. He wondered about his own. Farewell to you all. Tsunade, sensei. Jiraiya. He bade them, solemnly. They huddled together as the earth slammed around them, muttering among themselves until everything went dark and freezing. Except for the fact that Jiraiya was entirely too still, it was like some of their old memories. Anko. Naruto. It's up to you now. Thus did the legendary team meet its end. A Megakure's new moon soared past the heavens, disappearing into the cold void of space. Chapter 113, The Ever-Moving Dawn. Modern-day slavery and assorted archaic traditions. By Hyaga Hanabi, Amis Hinban. Present-day, UMI. Sensei. Anko began, not looking at Naruto. He had nothing to say, no pretty words, no comfort to offer, nothing to change what had apparently happened. The scroll that had once belonged to Orochimaru had been given to her wordlessly by a small snake, incapable of speech. And Orochimaru's name had disappeared from it, which could only mean one thing. He's not coming back this time, is he? Now she was looking at him. She seemed lost, which was something terrible to see on the normally impossibly confident woman. I don't think so. Naruto let out slowly. He didn't know how he felt, himself. Just as lost, likely. The man had been something of a beacon to them, despite his eccentricities. You could always ask him, anything, really. To think that the strongest man he knew had simply vanished. He didn't even tell me where he was going. Anko muttered. What am I supposed to do, now? Naruto had no answer to give her, despite how much he wished he did. What are you going to do? She asked. He thought about it. This, he had an answer to. Nothing changes. He shook his head. Everything had, in truth. I'm still going after Akatsuki. And after this, I'm still planning on shaking things up. Anko said nothing for a long while. Naruto saw her shoulders shake. He knew just how proud she was, so he waited. A hug would likely not be welcome here. Not now. I'm still in. She finally said. What did you even say to this? She was grief-stricken, as he was. But the man had been everything to her, in a way. A brotherly, paternal figure at the same time. As long as I don't have to lead. Anko finished, looking at him. I will do it. Naruto nodded. Well, most of it. Then I'll be your blade. Point me, and I'll strike. This is what I know best, anyway. Naruto's lips were dry. You're not a weapon, Anko. Don't throw yourself away. She is. She could be used. A whisper of madness. She just laughed, and it sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Orochimaru wasn't going to have a funeral, apparently. Mostly because Anko had insisted he really wouldn't want one. Naruto had asked why. She had chuckled a bit, cleared her throat and imitated the man's voice. The idea of caring about what happens to your dead body is quite narrow-minded, dare I say absurd, and the logic behind it is flawed. What difference does it make? A dead person is dead. What is a funeral supposed to accomplish? For that matter, what is the point of offering fake condolences that change nothing? That does sound like something he would say. Naruto almost rolled his eyes. Can't we at least? I don't know, honor him, in a way? A small memorial, or whatever. Anko chuckled a bit. Why does it matter? Huh. I don't know. Naruto admitted, shrugging slowly. I guess it doesn't. But we cared about him. Anko stopped laughing. It doesn't matter. She insisted. Maybe not. Even so. It doesn't. Anko repeated. Her face fell, and tears started pouring again. Why does it still feel like this? To hell with the beating she'd try to give him later. He wrapped his arms around her. At least she wouldn't notice his own tears. Hell, if anyone realized he actually cared about Orochimaru. Nishihara Atsuko, UMI's immigration one and only immigration officer to think they had one, now came to Naruto with some news. We have a few new applicants. She began. Naruto, covered in sweat and halfway through his morning training, just stared blankly. Naruto's eyes were bloodshot, partly from crying, but mostly from staying awake for a long while, because there were lots of things that needed to be done, especially now that Orochimaru was gone. This was one of them. Usually, Orochimaru told Atsuko to handle these matters herself. Why was she coming to him, now? Yeah. Right. Okay. He said, wisely. Do tell, then. The southern land of Fire Beacon has been triggered, as well as the one in Western Earth Country, Northern Wind Country, Waters Hakatora Gate. We expect more too. Wait, wait, wait. He interrupted. In front of him, Hanabi loosened her stance. What's this about? We have put beacons through the land so that people can send a message to us, Hanabi began. No. Not this. Naruto groaned. I'm well aware of the existence of the beacons. Hell, Karen and I made them. Trying to help. Hanabi shrugged. I mean, what's the influx of asylum seekers about, Atsuko? Most likely the latest articles, if you want my opinion. The woman nodded. I guess more and more people are tired of the war. You mean the one about? Naruto paused. Killing Danzo and Kakashi, or the one that came after? What was it again? The Hyuga affair? Hanabi supplied. Yeah, that's the one. Both, I would say. Atsuko tilted her head. We have a dozen Hyuga waiting, for one. For real? Hanabi asked. Branch house, no doubt. They had managed to get out? Naruto looked half surprised, half, not so much. Well, I guess I'll have to go and get them, then. Sakura's busy. He sighed. He'd warp there and send a clone to meet them first, of course. At the very least, the intent barriers, which they were still in the process of refining, prevented a lot of the complications that came with bringing strangers in. Funnily enough, he could remember the amount of time he had noted that villages were too reliant on barriers. Only to end up doing the same himself. Well, they had the advantage of not having to feed them chakra constantly, which meant the entire inside of the dome worked the exact same as the outer layer of it. In most villages, once you got in, you were in. Not in UMI. Still, they would have to see for possible security breaches too. No system was perfect, as long as people were involved. Ino had started training more people in the mind arts, as well, because there simply was no way she'd spend half her time making sure they were not about to shoot themselves in the foot. Most people didn't really have an affinity for the arts, but enough people could at least use them well enough to look for a few specific things. A few hours later. UMI. Ino, can you deal with your mother? Naruto let out a long-suffering sigh. Yamanaka Ino froze. Because the woman in the doorway, trying to push her way and held back casually by Naruto, was definitely her mother. She felt tears come to her face, unbidden. It had been so long. She had been thinking about seeing her for so long and had started to run out of excuses to justify delaying it. It was hard, too. Ino had missed her so. What is this? The woman grunted. Joining a well-known criminal. Assassinating a Kage and Konoha shinobi. Ino sighed. Never mind. Yamanaka Noriko Yamanaka by marriage only, and she was a civilian, not a shinobi, continued. And this? This, what? Ino asked, trying not to roll her eyes already. Joining a harem. What? Where did you even hear about this? In town. The woman exclaimed. It's not a harem. Ino muttered. She really didn't want to talk about it, honestly. Not now, not ever, if she could. If at least he was a nice man. He is mad. I can tell as much. Hey now. Naruto cut in, feeling somewhat offended. That's Naruto from school, don't you remember him? Haven't you read the articles? Ino deflected. Her mother blinked. Sarutobi Naruto? The short, stocky, stiff one? Him. She pointed pretty rudely at him. That's me, yes. He said wryly. Hello, Noriko. I do remember you. Then Ino's mother looked him up and down, the head and a half he had over her, the muscular arms covered in what to her probably looked like Irajumi tattoos. This hoodlum, with dyed hair? And a weird look in his eyes. Noriko shook her head, and Naruto mumbled something about it being his natural color. Well, at least, he's pretty handsome. Her mother continued to monologue, and Ino was already rubbing her temples. I'm starting to see where you got everything from. Naruto said dryly, still preventing the woman from entering. Don't say this. Ino groaned. Hey, look at the bright side, though. Naruto said. What is it? Sakura is going through the exact same thing, right now. He chuckled. Ah. Ino started to smile. That's something, at least. I really hate you, Naruto, just so you know. Sakura muttered, passing by. Is it about your parents? Of course it is. Sakura rolled one eye. She still was not used to the foreign eye's presence, apparently. They're back to thinking they can tell me what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm an S-rank ninja. A rank. Naruto corrected her. You just happened to kill an S-rank or two. She glared at him. Naruto snorted. Big bad. Sharingan Sakura has a curfew again. Fuck you. She retorted. I should have left them in Konoha, for all the shit they're giving me. Shouldn't have tried to bully me into making you a pipe. Sakura gave him the middle finger. Still, there was something more relaxed in the way she carried herself. And considering they had just lost the threat of one of the most dangerous men in the world, that was saying something. Wanna come up on the rooftop? She asked, a bit later. Everybody's here. Sure. He simply answered, jumping up to join them. Hanabi was here too, and he was glad for it. Apparently, she had just needed a small nudge, then. Naruto blinked as something flashed into the sky. Who launched fireworks? He asked, slipping in between Karen and Hanabi. I think you can guess. Karen grinned. She pointed at Orochimaru's spire, where he could see the fireworks originated from. Anko, of course. So much for not celebrating. A moment of silence, a glare of light and then a loud bang, then the salute. After a flurry of them, the flowering began. They blew for close to 10 minutes. Some scattered in the air after a loud hissing noise, some were ribbons of fire, trailing to the sky. Their colors were different, and their shapes went from fireballs to like chrysanthemums, some closer to unopened parachutes. They were red, green, and golden, too, colorful and dazzling. One looked like a waterfall, glowing gold. It sounded like water hitting the stone, and the sound of it was deafening. And it looked like a stream, flowing and smooth. So many of them rose up to the skies that it looked like rain, falling in reverse. There were countless trails of fire in the sky, as if they were fighting each other, and it was like a tapestry of people's ever-changing lives. Naruto thought he could hear some laughter in the background and the screams of children. Everything Naruto had been holding in until then finally broke past the floodgates. Grief, worry and self-doubt were the major emotions. He wasn't the only one crying, he knew. The 5 of them were huddled up on the rooftops, and even Hanabi held tightly onto him. Naruto had the feeling this would be the last time he could afford to be weak, so he relished in it. He let it all out. Better than holding it in. His arm pulled Hanabi in on one side, and he got closer to Karen, feeling her arm around him. Naruto walked through a huge field, going through the snowstorm. The cold made his teeth chatter, and talking was basically impossible, the way his mouth seemed stuck in place. He continued to walk, and the path became darker and darker. There were people lying down, and he ignored them. He continued to walk. Some of them grabbed his leg, and he had to trample over them to move forward. There were whispers, and he ignored them too. He ignored the smell of stale blood, of guts, and other unpleasant stenches that he still wished he didn't know the human body could produce. There was something in the back of his throat too, something that tasted like metal. He continued to walk. It was hard to breathe, and when he looked down at his feet, he understood why. There was a hole in his lung, or maybe it was his heart, it was hard to say. And suddenly there was an entire arm there. He saw a blond man. Himself, through the eyes of another. Except it could not be him. The eyes, although purple, gleamed with power, and they seemed so cold. Then he saw himself reach out and remove his eye by force. As he fell back, the other man started to laugh, louder and louder, as he was choking on his own blood. The world burned. Naruto woke with a sharp inhale, but not much more. It was not the first time he had made this sort of dream, and likely not the last, either. He rolled over in their bed, absently noticing that Ino was drooling over the pillow again. He could smell something delicate, light and flowery. He saw red, and for a moment his breath caught. But it was simply Karen's long hair, and the smell of her shampoo. Compared to Ino, who drooled and snored, she tended not to move at all. It was still very early. Normally, he would be up and training already. Well, he figured out, Hanabi probably got started without him. With Sakura, maybe, since Orochimaru was gone. He let out a long sigh. He felt so weary, some days. More and more often. Naruto silently pushed himself out of bed, using wind pretty frivolously. As he tended to do, nowadays. The twin elements came to him almost easier than his non-transformed chakra, sometimes. While he didn't dare say so loudly, he was getting really worried about his sanity. Most of the time, he probably looked all right. He was pretty good at hiding his true thoughts. But there were moments where? What? Maybe there were just too many things on his plate. The assassins, sent after him by other nations, that he had had the pleasure of meeting on the mainland on different occasions were definitely not helping his paranoia. Training, for one, as the scrolls Orochimaru had left him contained a lot of useful information about everything. If he didn't know the man any better, Naruto could almost believe that he had known he would die. But that was Orochimaru, and there was no way that he would go into something with that mindset. Danzo had had some useful techniques buried down in his mind, and his particular brand of sealing secrets away, while distasteful, opened new possibilities. Not in the way the man himself used it, of course, because that was something he would never stoop low enough to do. Then there were the ones that came from the fourth Hokage, his father, he reminded himself. No matter how hard he tried, there was something preventing him from understanding a key aspect of the hierarchy. The time component. Anko apparently had some news. Naruto went to meet her in Orochimaru's overly grandiose spire. Tanabe reported something important happening in Omegakure. She said. Tanabe was their head of intelligence gathering. A woman that had worked for Orochimaru for years, in different roles. Tell me. Naruto glanced up to her, from where he was sitting, Caesar style. It appears that a fight took place near Aim, recently. Anko said, eyes dark. A very high-level one. Akatsuki involved, then? Naruto asked. Yes. She nodded. And so was Katsuya, the strongest slug summon, which meant that Tsunade was there. Orochimaru's former teammate. Naruto frowned. There was something icy inside his stomach. Anko pursed her lips. Yes. What happened? I asked the snakes. They asked the slugs in return. Anko continued. And knowing that the relationship between the two summon clans could be a bit tense. It had likely taken a lot of unpleasantness. What did they say? Naruto asked, after a long moment of silence. Anko stayed silent. She lowered her head, brow furrowed. Anko. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya. Tsunade. And Sensei. She began. Oh hell no. They fought against Uzumaki Nagato. He killed them all. Sarutobi was dead. While he still had many questions that he needed to ask him. His feelings on the issue were complicated. Very complicated, even. But this wasn't what thrummed through his mind. It was the circumstances of Orochimaru's death. Orochimaru had died fighting Nagato. Akatsuki. He had died against fucking Akatsuki. The one thing that he had trained Naruto for. That was his cross to bear, and he had failed. He was supposed to protect the people he loved, just like they protected him. Not be a burden to them. Orochimaru had died protecting him. Orochimaru had died protecting him. Orochimaru had died protecting him. And the more he waited, the more people would die. Because of him. The path ahead was already full of violence. Wasn't this enough? He felt something split inside him. Something cold slipped inside the cracks. Naruto? Anko asked, somewhat hesitant now. Why? I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it so abruptly. For a second, Naruto lost control over his raging emotions and the table in front of him broke. Wind raged through the room, and the windows shattered. The rage boiled inside his belly, and he tried to force it away. Nagato. Naruto muttered. Because who else could have done this? Ah. Anko was screaming, but he barely heard her. The world was so distant. Lightning and wind coursed through his veins, empowering him. Inside his head, the voices. They were echoing his rage. Spurring it on. Control. What use did he have for control? This was much more, so much more. Purple light came to life behind his eyes and he stood up. He saw Anko's terrified face. She was saying something. That was his name. What? Anko, scared. Is she scared of me? Naruto only realized that the storm cloak had covered him then. It faded away rapidly, because he was in no state to keep it manifested. What? What am I doing? This is Anko, not the enemy. Naruto stumbled back, horror on his face. He needed to get out. Where is he? He asked, not daring to meet Anko in the eyes. Nagato. She asked weakly. You can't fight him. If Sensei couldn't manage, then you can't either. Naruto knew her words were true. He didn't care. He would go to aim if he had to. He would find Nagato and then he. Naruto took a long breath. And then he'd die. Fuck. 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 Was there nothing he could do? All of this training? All the strength he thought he had acquired. Was this all for nothing? Anko began. I get how you feel. I really do. Naruto finally relented. I'm sorry. For right now. For losing control. She let out a weak chuckle. I get it. I think. Anko said hesitantly. Someone's coming. Naruto realized. Tanabe Mai slammed the door open. She was breathless. Shinobi or not, she had come here as fast as she could, and it had clearly taken a lot from her. What is it? Mai barely took the time to form a coherent sentence. Akatsuki. They're moving. She said, breathlessly. On the Biju? Anko asked. She stood up, gathering her equipment in a whirlwind of motion. Naruto sent a clone to fetch Hanabi. The others, he would warn directly through their shared bond. Yes. Mai almost yelled. The urgency was obvious in her voice. That was not her usual reaction. Naruto felt the fear return, and he pushed it aside. Naruto stood up. He looked through the window. For a moment, Naruto thought he saw a spider-like entity, hanging high up in the sky, one with many eyes. He blinked and it was gone. His hand was trembling. Which Biju are they going after? Naruto rasped out. Her panicked answer took both Anko and him by surprise. It was a very unpleasant one. All of them. Chapter 114, of Ghosts and Sharks. Naruto's first instinct was to rush in. He ignored it. He had come so close to doing something stupid, right before. But he knew better than anyone that this sort of thing might well get all of them killed. It had happened with Toru, after all. The others came to the spire right away. They didn't have much time, so they rushed the meeting. Naruto relayed the latest information, all of it, as quickly as possible. So there are 4 Jinchuriki left, discounting Fu. Naruto finished. And at least 10 Akatsuki members left. We don't know who they sent and where exactly. Tanabe Mai said. Just that a few of them were spotted in the land of fire, the land of earth and lightning. Meaning they might well have sent all of the remaining members after them. How strong are the remaining Jinchuriki? Sakura asked. Cage level, all of them. Mai continued. They are Uchiha Sasuke, Nii Yujito, Fume Titan Han, and Kyumo's Killer Bee. Which one is the strongest? Karen asked. It should help with guessing how they're going to play this one out. Sakura continued, nodding. Killer Bee, likely. And he is staying within Kyumo's perimeter. Which means he is the safest, by far. Mai said. No. Ino said, shaking her head. That just means they're going to send the strongest members after him. Sakura nodded, motioning for Mai to continue. It is a risk. The woman admitted. Second most protected one is Han, who is staying close to IWA. Then Uchiha Sasuke. Despite the death of the previous Hokage. She carefully worded the statement. He is within Konoha's walls, as well, and the village still has plenty of strong ninja. It is hard to tell if Konoha will do better than IWA, right now. Naruto drummed his fingers on the table. And Yujito is almost completely exposed. Karen finished. Yes. Mai nodded. Out of all of them, she is the one in the open. 1,000 shinobi doesn't mean much if they have people who can just weave in and out. Akatsuki probably won't mobilize too many of their forces there. Because it won't be needed. Karen winced. There's no time to waste. Naruto said sharply. I will go to Konoha. No. Sakura shook her head. No. He repeated, irritation bleeding in his voice. No. You're too recognizable. And the rest of us aren't. They have the advantage of not becoming a beacon of blue light during a fight. Sakura said dryly. Konoha shinobi are likely to attack you, even if you're helping them. It's too risky for me too, for the same reason. Neither of us can go there, even masked. They know too much about the way we fight now. Naruto's fists tightened. He breathed out. Maybe you're right. Naruto relented. What do you suggest, then? You go to IWA, that's where they expect you least. Why would I go to IWA? He asked, furrowing his brows. See. Sakura chuckled. Me. I'll go to Yujito, she's the most exposed, and I'll be able to take her out from there if needed. Naruto mulled it over. He nodded slowly. Sounds good. What about the two others? Sakura asked. You guys decide among yourselves. Kyumo is probably the most dangerous place out of the two, but well, the rest will be pretty bad, too. They quickly decided. I'll go to Konoha. Hanabi decided. Seeing the others about to speak. I'm going to be mostly hidden, anyway. And there might be Hyuga. I'm the best suited to counter them. Naruto knew who she thought she was likely to face there. He looked at Ino. I'll come with you. Ino said. Hanabi nodded. Guess that leaves us two. Anko grinned toward Karen. Like good old times. Better this way, Naruto can track the 5 tails, and I'll find the 8 tails. The two others, we know how to find. Karen smiled lightly. Let's get going. There was a slight pause. There's probably no coming back from this. Ino remarked. If Akatsuki moves this openly, there's no need to come back. Naruto shook his head. We're going to defeat as many of them as we can. So that we can put an end to everything. HMPF. Ino chuckled. You make it sound so simple. It's simple, not easy. Naruto shrugged. Survive, all of you. The more he thought of the scope of this, the more worried he was. But he couldn't afford to show it. Not now. Mai relayed which gateways were closest to each Jinchuriki, and where the enemy was likely to be. They might have to cover a lot of ground, depending on how Akatsuki went about this. Sakura arrived in the land of water, close to the Kyumo stronghold, and shivered. That was definitely not the regular weather in this part of the world. Which probably meant a battle was on. She let out a long breath. What had come over her, acting so tough, back there? Did she have a death wish? While it might be true that Akatsuki would send less of their men here, this was still Akatsuki. Don't worry about it. She muttered to herself. Worst case, she could always leave. The others didn't have this. Sakura started to run, as fast as she could, headed for the area where she could feel the most chakra-saturated water in the air. Coincidentally, that was also the place she could feel the cold come from. In the meantime, she started warming her fingers. She would need to be in her best fighting shape. She willed the cloak of shifting to become a fur-like material, and after a moment, it did. The cold abated some. After minutes of running, she could see something in the background. Steam and? Is this a water dome? Its size was closer to a lake than anything else. And to Kakashi's? No. To her Sharingan, it was full of chakra. Was this the work of Kiri Ninja? The structure was moving, too. As Sakura got closer, she realized the source of the steam was the Two Tails, currently trying to outrun it. It was going badly. Yujito was fully transformed, and it looked as though she was fighting alone. And at the center of the dome, a humanoid shark-like creature was swimming at full speed, the dome seemingly following his will. And there was someone riding along the dome's outer layer, on top of an ice platform. So the Yuki guy was alive, then. There was another man down there, wearing the nondescript black Akatsuki robes, weaving wind jutsu efficiently against Kumo Ninja. Sakura ignored him. If he got himself killed, all the better, but Yujito took priority here. She tried to reach for her through the bond, hoping that maybe she would finally open the communication line again. Yujito didn't and Sakura winced. She needed to get closer then. The closer she got, the more corpses she passed. And she realized that the shark man seemed to become stronger with each passing second. The Two Tails, on the other hand, was getting weaker. Was this the sort of monster the last remaining men of the Akatsuki were? Because as far as she could remember, Hoshigaki Kisame and this had to be him wasn't even the strongest member around. Sakura took another breath. If she couldn't kill at least one of these fuckers today, it either meant death, or that she had trained for nothing. What was her best weapon? Subterfuge was. Well, she'd managed to come up with something. In the next few minutes. This Kisame guy was apparently the perfect counter to Yujito, and the Yuki was probably here as a contingency, while the last of them, who she couldn't recognize, probably kept Kumo busy. Yujito's usually terrifying fireballs only created some steam here, and the shark danced between her claw attacks. He was much faster than her underwater. Since the dome seemed to follow him, she would need to drag the man's attention away. There was no way he could make that dome even bigger, right? But no. Scratch that. Bad idea. There was no way the man would follow her in the first place. Which meant it was time for an even worse idea. Sakura dashed forward, and started to run along the dome's surface. It was a strange sensation, climbing up on something that had both the properties of water and a wall. Fortunately, she always had great chakra control. Kisame noticed her, but as she had thought, he continued to go after Yujito, intent on either suffocating her or draining all of her chakra. Haku noticed Sakura too, and he came after her, a mirror forming along the surface of the dome. Sakura's mask hid not only her face, but also her Sharingan from both of them. And Haku didn't realize who he was facing. Sakura dodged his attack, pretending that she barely did so. All in order to bait a second attack that would come with a speed lesser than she knew Haku could output when he really tried. She would turn his misplaced hesitation during fights against him. She continued to run. Sakura dodged the second and the third attacks, just as narrowly as the first one. She was on top of the dome. Haku came out, ice claws extended. She stopped pretending to be slower than she really was. Sakura crouched under the claw attack, and her spectral hand formed in a blink, carrying razor-sharp water blades on its fingertips. Haku might have been faster than her, but not by that much. And he didn't account for her having gotten her hands on the Sharingan. Sakura stabbed forward, anticipating his trajectory. Up this close, even the blurry vision the eye offered her was more than enough. She had aimed to stab through his brain, but he was still fast enough to react. Sakura didn't change targets. Her fingers went right into Haku's eyes, and as he screamed, she threw herself to the ground, kicking him into the chin. Combined with his forward momentum, he flew away from the dome, blind. He might have a way around this, so she wasn't willing to wait. Steadying her feet against the top of the water dome with chakra, Sakura threw her spectral hand at Kisame, who was within her reach. He reacted in time, grabbing her spectral hand, and she felt the chakra wither away. He didn't manage to prevent the carbon wire the hand had carried from knotting itself around his foot. Sakura pulled up with a mighty scream, coiling and releasing her chakra to bolster her strength for an instant. Kisame was pulled up. The dome didn't lift off the floor, as she had thought might have happened, elongating up instead. Sakura stayed on top of it, as it became closer to a water pillar than a dome. Kisame started to pull back, and he was much stronger than she was. A vein almost burst on her forehead from the exertion. But she had gotten what she wanted, as Yujito had gotten out of the dome. Noxious chakra built up in the air, courtesy of the two tails. It was blue and purple. Something buzzed, sang and whined, and complained. Laments, cries of pain, of rage, and anger. Something shaped itself out of thin air, ghosts. Like a crack in a dam, they poured through the rift the two tails had opened, and flooded Kisame's waters. Sakura remembered that as friendly as Yujito was, there was something like this housed in her soul. How scary. Wraith fire. The violet spectral fire contaminated the dome. Sakura leaped away, catching herself painfully on a tree's branches. Kisame roared, trying to bat away the creatures. He couldn't, apparently. He was writhing, screaming, and trying to keep the spirits off of him. They swarmed him, ignoring his rage, and wrapping around him. The dome fell away, inundating the whole area. Sakura thought this was it for him. Then Yujito's two-tailed form dissipated, and she was on the ground, breathless. Sakura's heart dropped in her stomach. She rushed to join them. Around Kisame, the ghosts stopped screeching, slowly fading away. With a look between fear and glee, Kisame weaved hand seals. A handful of water sharks shot toward Yujito. Sakura arrived there first, shaping a vertical water platform in front of her. Then she opened a gateway on this side. The other was already linked to one of Umi's empty islands, far from anything. The jutsu disappeared in it. Kisame's eyebrows rose in a quizzing expression. Then he shrugged and engaged her in hand-to-hand combat. His punch took her in the nose and she saw stars. Sakura gritted her teeth and pulled a dagger out. Kisame slid around it effortlessly, tripping her with a low kick. The heavy sword swing almost took her remaining arm. What it did take was some of her chakra. A pommel strike broke some teeth. Sakura spat one of them out and tried to put some distance between the two of them. There, in melee range, there was nothing she could do. Her techniques depended on chakra too much, and she knew it. Whatever water blade she could conjure just got absorbed, this close. The man started toying with her, opening small wounds over her arm, and ripping a bit of her chakra with each swing. Another wide swing that she had to throw herself against the floor to dodge. It hurt. She managed to stab his foot. He roared and stomped on her hand. This was going badly. Sakura could barely manage to hold her dagger now. Kisame was angry. This much was obvious. And he looked somewhat afraid, too. What had these ghosts done to him? The game of cat and mouse continued for a few more minutes. Sakura hoped that Yujito was at least recovering some chakra. She had no idea where the Haku guy was, either. She needed to find a. Kisame kicked her in the face. Hard. Sakura flew away. She hit a tree with a grunt. Groaning, she slowly rose to a sitting position. Yujito would need to take the fight for a while, likely. Except. Kisame was laughing, now amused. Instead of heading toward Yujito, as his objective would have normally required him to do. He came closer to Sakura. Well, this was a nice, refreshing change of pace. Kisame chuckled. He continued to walk toward her. Sakura removed her mask. Combined with the blood she felt running down her face, she felt suffocated by it. She took a hesitant look to her left. Yujito was still not ready to fight, apparently. Kisame laughed, taking a good look at her. I recognize you. He grinned. You're that woman from UMI, then. One of the people who killed Danzo. That's right. She said dryly. What a shame we're on opposite sides. He sighed, almost sounding honest. I kinda like what you're doing. The whole admitting what you've done. Bold move considering everything. Thanks, I guess. She breathed out. No need to be modest. Kisame laughed. Honesty is something rare. And something I can appreciate. Nice. She tried a bland smile. Let us go, then. I'm afraid I can't do that. Kisame shook his head, laughing. The boss wouldn't be too happy about that. You alone would be problematic enough. I'm not exactly in any shape to do much, right now. She gestured at her broken body vaguely. He pretended to wince. Yeah, sorry. But we'll be needing the Jinchura key anyway. Annoying one, that cat. Then I can't leave either. Sakura grunted. I figured as much. Kisame shrugged. But I can respect your commitment to the objective, too. Something changed into his eyes. He was moving in for the kill, then. Got any last words, Pinky? Sure. Sakura groaned in pain. Sure. Kisame's blade was healing him, apparently. He would be as good as fresh in a few more moments of this. Her only advantage was that he entirely underestimated her. Sakura kept her eye on him. He was standing far away from her, convinced there was nothing she could really do to him, his guard lowered. Hopefully she'd get this right. Just one. She breathed out. She looked weaker than she really was. Her injury bled a lot, but this really wasn't that bad, compared to the amount of shit she usually found herself in. Care to hear it? Sure. The man laughed, readying his sword. Sakura's bloodshot left eye opened wide, and blood was running down her face. Blood that didn't entirely come from her wound. The chakra she had silently pooled into her Sharingan was given a direction. With her right eye, she aimed, with her left eye, she shot. Kamui. Kisame's face was worth 1,000 pictures. She'd have to show the memory of it to the others. Halfway between surprise, panic, and disbelief. There was recognition, too. He probably would have let out a curse. And then he was missing most of his head. The blade he had been holding fell behind him. Sharingan Sakura, indeed. She thought. Oh shit, where did my chakra go? And the vision in her left eye became a little bit worse. It burned. Naruto had warned her, when he showed her the memories of Kakashi using it, but still. And the man could use this several times, and fight? She had aimed for Kisame's head, sure. But also his upper torso. How did she miss? Well, no matter. She would pretend she had done it on purpose. Sakura stood up, and sealed the rest of the body and the sword away. Then she dragged herself to Yujito, feeling dizzy, and about to puke. Her whole body burned with the effort. You. Sakura. Yujito finally acknowledged her. She didn't seem to know whether to be happy or not, it seemed. She chose grumpy, instead. I told your friend Dash. Oh, shut the fuck up. Sakura gritted out. I don't give a shit what you're angry at him for, that's between you and him. Yujito just blinked, unused to this sort of treatment. Sakura crawled toward her. They're not done. She said, breathing hard. I know. Yujito winced. Can you go on? The older woman gave no answer. Which was an answer too, just not the one Sakura had been hoping for. Sakura heard footsteps in the distance, drawing closer and closer. And they seemed to be coming from both directions. Except the Kyumo shinobi were the other way. There were 2 Akatsuki members roaming free, even though one was blinded. And there were Kiri shinobi around, she was sure of it. They would not hesitate to take the opportunity to kill the fearsome Jinchuriki while she was nothing more than an exhausted leader who needed some rest. How many? Sakura still asked. At least 30 for this unit. More behind. And Akatsuki on the other hand. Yujito declared. Yeah. Sakura winced. This is too much. We have no choice, though. Yujito growled, dredging up whatever chakra she could still reach. Sakura shook her head. Well, it seemed as though Sakura would give Yujito a good reason to be angry at her very soon. No. Sakura said, looking sorry. We do have one. What do you dash? Sakura grabbed her hand and they disappeared from the land of water, as the enemy shinobi closed in. They left the land of water entirely. As well as Yujito's troops, suddenly alone with Kiri shinobi and the 2 Akatsuki men. Near Iwa, Naruto streaked through the air, like a comet made out of blue electricity. Thunderball. He came down with a crash, slamming into the earth, sending sparks and beams of lightning everywhere around him. The fighting halted. The Five Tails Jinchuriki took a long look at him. That was Han, then. Mama Kaizabusa was here too, looking enraged. Still pissed about his cleaver, then. There was a woman that he didn't know, so this was likely Kisu Akane. And Uzumaki Ryujin. Naruto grinned. I would have preferred for Sakura. Toru hell, even Sasuke to be here today, but well. He said. Surrounded by three enemies, and a powerful man that didn't know what to make out of him, Naruto was utterly confident. And his emotions were so easy to reach today. It was going to be harder to let go. Naruto noticed that the man looked way less amused than he had been when they had first met. Good. He saw him as a credible threat, then. Time to die. Naruto said, pleasantly. Naruto dove deep inside and unleashed his full power. The ground exploded around him. The lightning around him combined with wind, flickering from blue to purple periodically. Uzumaki Ryujin winced. Naruto's chakra was heavy and powerful, and looking into his eyes, Ryujin knew he had no chance of getting out of here. Because Uzumaki Naruto would stop at nothing in order to ensure it. Near Kumo. To Kumo, Akatsuki sent only a single man. Or rather, he sent himself. To Anko and Karen's eyes, the man in question appeared suddenly, falling down through a cloud. Karen noticed the redhead high up in the sky with a frown. Then her eyes flew open, as she noticed the sheer amount of chakra he was gathering within himself. Anko did too. Both of them moved toward each other, and they reached inward. Shinra Tensei. A wall of pressure. Chapter 115, Family Matters. Can you take on the two of them? Naruto asked Han. There was no question who he was talking about. Han probably realized that no matter what it was exactly that was going on between him and the redhead, was probably best left alone. And he'd stay far away from it, too. I'm not sure. Han's muffled voice replied. He had accepted that Naruto was no enemy. We already fought for a while, before they came. They're strong. Two might be pushing it. I see. Naruto simply said. He turned to face Zabuza, who stood rooted to the ground. Naruto gathered his chakra. Ever since Kakashi's death, gathering the storm had become easier. What had become much harder though, was actually keeping the energy manifested. His ability to clear his mind had been shot, ever since he had killed the man. Now was not the moment. When is, then? He coiled his chakra upon itself. The pressure in the air abated. Mama Kaizabusa stood there, still wary. But he spoke. Where is Kubikaribasho? He asked, his voice rattling. This big lump of iron? Naruto asked. I might have it on me. In a scroll. Zabuza seemed as though he couldn't believe his ears. Kubikaribasho. Naruto shrugged. It's useless to me, really. Do you want it back? He asked. What? Do you want your sword back? What sort of question is this? Zabuza growled. Then take it. Naruto got a scroll out, and released the blade from its depths. It's a heavy thing. Naruto said absent-mindedly, trying out its weight again. Uzumaki Ryujin and his companion the Kisa woman, then waited close by, ready to defend themselves from whatever he was going to throw at them. Expecting something to happen. Behind him, Naruto could feel Han become antsy as well. Naruto waved the sword around. Yeah. This is not exactly a good fit for me. Naruto said, shaking his head. It is a broadsword. Zabuza gritted out. It is not meant to be used with a single hand. Naruto's eyes were fixed into Zabuza's again. Take it back, then. Naruto threw the sword at him, underhanded, as though it was nothing more than a paperweight. There's no trap here. But it could have been a good one. Zabuza caught it, and bent a bit when he did so. The others tensed. I don't understand you. The man growled. You're unlucky enough as is. To come all the way here just to die. Naruto said. What's with you? Talking so big, now. Months ago, you had to flee, Ninetales. As you said. This was months ago. He smiled. Naruto coiled his chakra a second time. And my name is Uzumaki Naruto. He finished. Prepare to die. The battle began. Zabuza leaped to the right, weaving hand seals. Water release, hiding in mist technique. Naruto coiled his chakra a third time. For an instant, it became purple. Zabuza. Someone roared in warning. Don't dash. Zabuza got ready to disappear. Naruto released the chakra he had been compressing, homing on Zabuza's chakra signature, still noticeable to his senses. Naruto moved like a demon. Zabuza fell to the ground with a gurgling sound, his throat cut clean through. Then Naruto's control over the storm, still frayed, made the aura return to its usual lightning cloak state. Naruto let out a long breath as the chakra left him, before steadying himself. Maybe the whole thing had been a trap for Zabuza, in a way. He sealed the body and the sword in a scroll. Will that do? He asked Han again. Yeah. I think it will. Thanks. The man muttered. Uzumaki Ryujin cursed. Next to him, Kisuakane paled. A deserted island. Somewhat close to UMI. No. No no, no, no no no. Yujito raged. Some of the blue Baijuyo chakra built up around her. And then it petered out like a candle in the wind. Just as Sakura had thought it would. Sakura, who was just as weary and exhausted as she was. She opened the mental link, reaching for the others. I escaped with Yujito. We're safe. Killed Hoshigaki Kisame. That's great news. Ino thought back, relieved. Naruto took more time. Good. Then it cut off. Definitely fighting. Karen didn't answer. She was probably busy. I'm going to get her to safety once she calms down. Then she cut it off. Why? Why? Yujito whirled around to look at her, her anger clear to her. Why did you take me with you? They will die. Yujito continued, teeth clenched. My troops. They will back off once they realize you're gone. Sakura muttered. And so will Akatsuki. What if they don't? And if I'm not there? Kiri doesn't have a Jinhira key either. Sakura continued. They will manage. You don't understand. Yujito roared. I am their leader. Look. I don't think you get it either. Sakura retorted, starting to feel irritated. I saved your ass. Maybe you shouldn't have. Yujito growled. Sakura scoffed. What's done is done. I'm not bringing you there anyway. You're not in fighting shape. And you definitely can't lead anyone right now. Yujito gritted her teeth. Sakura knew she had her. I don't think you understand how bad shit will become if you get captured. Sakura muttered. My troops. Please, shut up for a second. Sakura said, rubbing her temples. I have a bad headache. Yujito's fists tightened. What are your troops supposed to do if you die? Sakura asked. The second in command takes over. Do you trust them, whoever they are? Yeah. I picked them. Then it's settled. Sakura shrugged. Besides, we can't go back right now, anyway. I closed the portal off, and I have no more chakra to use anyway. Still. There is nothing. We can do. Sakura repeated. Trust in them, instead. Did Naruto make you do this? Yujito spat. Nah. Nobody made me. It was just the better option. Otherwise I'd be dead, and you would be in a short time. Yujito clearly wanted to say something more, but she likely realized it would be useless. Where are we anyway? She asked, looking around. There was nothing to see. They were on a medium-sized island, with no vegetation, surrounded by the sea on all sides. Sakura shrugged. It's a liminal space, I guess. Rest, now. Once everything is settled, I'll bring you back. Or maybe she wouldn't. That depended on what the situation was like. Sakura waited for the others. Ino and Hanabi arrived close to Konoha. There was no fighting going on. Hanabi dash. I know. She muttered, already scanning the area they were in. Her eyes processed the entirety of the world around them. She wasn't looking for people hiding under a transformation. The Byakugan could see through them, of course, but it took more focus than she could afford at this range. From here, it would look like a layer of chakra above a person's network. And she didn't have that much time. She was looking for large chakra signatures. A person could mask theirs, but in a fight, this was next to impossible. So if they were fighting, they wouldn't be too difficult to find. Ah. Shit. Hanabi cursed. What is it? Niji's here, and he saw us for sure. Ino froze. How do you know? He waved at me. Hanabi gritted out. He is waiting near Konoha with the man you told me was Sasori of the Red Sand. Fuck. Ino groaned. He's not taking us very seriously, is he? Not in the slightest. Hanabi said tightly. I can't take either in a straight fight. Me neither. Ino shook her head. But well. If it's Niji. Hanabi began with a dangerous smile. I have made some preparations. What do we do? Ino thought about it. Find Sasuke first. She decided, putting her hand on Hanabi's forehead. I'll try to warn him of what's coming. All right. They both saw Niji quickly say something to Sasori, not amused anymore, before dashing toward them at full speed. Be quick about it. I'm trying. Hanabi hissed. Focus. Focus. Don't think of Niji hurtling toward us. Focus. He was fast, damn it. There. Connected to Hanabi's thoughts, Sasuke's chakra shone like a beacon to Ino as well. There. With a grunt of exertion, caused by creating a link over such a great distance, through obstacles, Ino reached out to him. Akatsuki comes. She relayed as much information about them as she could in the next moment. She could almost feel Sasuke's confusion. Niji was there already, lightning concentrated into his fingertips. And he was headed straight toward Ino, almost flying. Hanabi interposed herself in between them. She glowed blue with chakra, and instead of spinning like Niji had thought she would, she simply deflected his strike to her right. Niji stepped back, his eyes carefully blank, staring at both of them without blinking. He didn't want to kill Hanabi, as far as she knew, so he would try to knock her out, likely. Ino, though. She was fair game. Then he darted forward, closing the distance between them in a blink. He kept his silence, and attacked directly. No motion was wasted. One of his hands shot forward, aimed at Hanabi's gut. Her own came up, barely fast enough to knock it aside. He followed up with a rising knee strike, and Ino felt that even from this joint, he could use some form of the debilitating gentle fist abilities. Hanabi threw herself backward, and the moment she did so, Ino aimed over her, trying to lock his body in place with a mind-body disturbance technique. Yellow lightning erupted around Niji, and he blurred in, ducking and aiming to strike at Ino instead. But she hadn't sparred so much against Naruto in the last weeks for nothing. She fell through the earth, deep enough for Niji not to be able to reach her, coming out meters away. By the time she came up again, Hanabi had already re-engaged in the fight. It wasn't going too well, honestly. Niji's style wasn't pure gentle fist anymore. There were elements of other taijutsu styles in it. He clearly didn't feel restrained by the need to adhere to the traditional Hyuga ways. No wonder. Ino knew that Hanabi didn't, either, but it was more of a recent thing, compared to him. Hopefully, Niji wasn't paying too much attention to his own chakra network, right now. Ino weaved hand signs. There were only a few auditory genjutsu Ino could really make use of, but she would try her best. She held it. Waiting. Hanabi took a mean palm strike to the thigh, slowing her down. Niji was only making sporadic use of his lightning-enhanced speed. Even without it, he was still a bit faster than Hanabi was. Hanabi understood that Ino was doing something, and kept her assault up. She was a bit less mobile after the strike to her leg, so she focused on deflecting and trapping his strikes by staying close. Ino tied the genjutsu to a flashbang, when she was sure Niji wasn't paying attention. He would notice the flashbang itself for sure, but that was the point. Hanabi blocked and dodged with an otherworldly grace, even with only one good leg. Ino considered herself deft, but she had nothing on the Hyaga. Neither of them, really. Holding the technique with her left hand, Ino made signs with her right, and she stoked Niji's emotions. His pride was the first one that she managed to reach, of course. Why would he need to try so hard against a less talented, angrier version of himself? Why did he have to cower? Just to make someone else look good? He had worked so hard for everything he had. Why did he have to submit to anyone else? Couldn't someone else just take his place instead? Their movements created small chakra shock waves. Their hands met sometimes, deflecting, pushing, prodding for weakness. Hanabi fought like Ino had never seen her fight before. They were grasping for an opening, with each sweeping kick, each flashing hand strike, each flip in midair, every weapon thrown out of a sleeve. Ino reached for Niji's disappointment. Why did his father let him be marked? Why did his family brand him in the first place? Why was there a need for this obsolete practice to go on? Hanabi was still keeping up, switching seamlessly between the gentle fist and what little she could use of the snake style. She landed a strike close to one of Niji's shoulder tenketsu. She didn't stop there, pressing on, striking so fast that Ino had trouble keeping up. Niji could, though. Shrouded in yellow lightning, he was beginning to recover his advantage. Ino reached for Niji's rage. Why did he never feel angry? Sure, maybe he overdid it with the sarcasm and cynicism sometimes, but why did he feel slightly angry, at times? Sure, maybe he was a bit bitter and envious sometimes, but why did he feel guilty, ashamed, the few times he got angry? Sure, maybe the Hyaga had an unhealthy way of processing their emotions, preferring to bottle everything up, but why was he feeling so angry, right now? Sure, maybe he was facing someone who was just born in the right place, but even then, fate had caught up to her, didn't it? Why was everything so fucking hard? Why couldn't somebody else see? He stiffened, with something burning across his face, an anger that took even him by surprise. He was distracted. Ino threw the flashbang. She made contact with Hanabi, transmitting only two thoughts. Auditory illusion. Dispel effects on you. Hanabi would understand, Ino hoped. Her face showed nothing, which she hoped was on purpose. The flashbang detonated. Both Hanabi and Niji had closed their eyes already. The illusion, triggered by the detonation, caught both of them. Except Hanabi was prepared. Genjutsu, inner rupture. Balance mostly uses three main senses. The first one is vision. The body sees what is going on and can detect changes. The second is the vestibular system, also called the inner ear. There is a set of fluid-filled structures in there, in which the fluid moves around. The body detects these movements and adjusts things when needed. The third is based on sensors within muscles that basically tell the brain where parts of the body are at any given point. If this position changes, this feeds back to the brain and it can adjust things appropriately. This illusion, of course, played on the second one. Meaning that Niji's body believed it was moving, in a way it definitely was not. And then suddenly, he was stumbling. The expression of dumb incomprehension on his face was something Hanabi would likely relish in normal circumstances. Instead, she jumped on the opportunity. Wind shaped itself around her hand. She produced a sword out of it, in between her bare hands. Niji's eyes widened, shock obvious on his face. Hanabi was just a bit slower than him. In a fight like this, though, the slightest misstep could be fatal. Ino was here to create these missteps. Hanabi lunged toward him, her sword penetrated Niji's defenses as well as his gut. He howled in pain. Hanabi fell forward with him. That's what you get for underestimating us again. Hanabi roared. She stabbed down again. Niji grunted, and pushed Hanabi off of him with a kick. He stood back up again, with a long groan. HMPF. He gritted out, with reluctant pride. So you have improved. Yellow electricity started to gather around his right arm. Thunder Emperor's lightning claw. 3 floating claws made out of pure yellow electricity appeared around his arm. And then lightning flooded the whole area. He pushed it through his every tenketsu. It was a display of chakra control that would be possible only to the Hyuga clan, Ino thought. It was a beautiful show. Such precision. Naruto had shown her the memories of his fight against Kakashi, who relied on finesse as well. The man had nothing on Neji. Neji disappeared. His strike sent Ino flying, the lightning coursing through her body almost disabling her altogether. She saw stars. Then he went for Hanabi. Neji's thoughts had been open. Not that Hanabi would have needed to read them to know what he was going to do. He could be predictable, sometimes. Hanabi's wrist shot up, as fast as she could make it, barely intercepting Neji's gentle fist strike with her bracer. Neji was stronger, faster, better. That went for either of them. But they were shinobi. Idiot. Hanabi muttered. There was a flash of blinding light. Neji's own ability turned against him and both Neji and Hanabi screamed at the pain it wrought upon their eyes. But more importantly, Neji's lightning shroud was gone, absorbed by the metal bracer that Hanabi was wearing on her wrist, specifically made for absorbing and releasing lightning chakra in a flash. They only had one moment. It would be enough. Mind-body switch. And then suddenly Ino was inside Neji's body. With a grunt Ino reached, within her mind space, for reinforced steel wire. She let Hanabi bind her hands with it, so tightly that she knew her real body was going to feel echoes of it. The gut wound, even though it would only transfer partially because it had already been inflicted, was going to be bad enough. Then she applied the chakra-suppressing seals on Neji's body, before returning to her own. Meanwhile, Hanabi slowly unlocked her own tenketsu. With a grunt, Ino cauterized the light wound on her own gut. It was not a very pretty job, but she'd see about this later. She closed Neji's, still unsure what to do about him. He glared at her now, but he was basically useless right now. Even if he managed to free himself, with his chakra bound, there was not much he could do against the two of them. Did you really think I wouldn't prepare against you, Neji? Hanabi asked, trying not to sound too mocking. She failed. He looked frustrated. Very much so, in fact. To think that you still went for a gentle fist strike. Hanabi shook her head. After all the shit you've said? If it were up to Ino only, she would slit his throat and call it a day, likely. But despite Hanabi's anger, it didn't feel as though she were ready to do this right now. There were probably a few things she wanted to ask him. Hanabi. Yes. She asked. If we're taking him, remove his ring. It's not something you can remove so easily. Neji spat. Oh. Ino asked, amused. Why not? Is this how they keep track of you? No. I wouldn't stand for this. Then what is it for? Ino asked. Neji stayed silent. With a sigh, Ino put her hand to his forehead. How dare you? Oh please. She rolled her eyes. So it's for communication purposes, as well as sealing the biju. And it doesn't allow them to track you, huh? Neji grunted. Look, I get that you're a bit unhappy with us right now. Maybe you should have taken this more seriously, then. Ino frowned. How weak did he remember her to be, exactly? And I think I'm going to give you another reason. She grabbed his finger. What are you? You said you couldn't remove it, right? Sorry in advance. Don't you? Hanabi. Yes. Hanabi cut the finger off with a wind blade, trying not to look too vindictive. Neji screamed, as Ino cauterized this wound as well. For good measure, Ino made sure no chakra streamed from the ring, double-checked it, triple-checked it. Then she put it inside a sealed-off scroll. Neji glared at her still. I think we're ready to. An explosion. Fire, and something else. Both of them looked away for a moment. Neji did something. She couldn't tell whether or not it was some sort of Hyaga inner chakra manipulation thing, but whatever it was that he did, the steel wire fell off, and the binding tags burned away. They should have known that after growing up in the branch house, he would take measures against the sealing arts. That he would not be caged again. He was shrouded in yellow lightning, and the aura was starting to look more and more like a tiger. Hanabi jumped to her feet, and her face could have been carved out of stone. Ino did the same. Their chances were pretty low, now that he knew about their trap for him. Niji gave them a long look, especially Hanabi. He picked the scroll that contained the ring and his severed finger. Without another word, he blurred away. Hanabi kicked a tree down in her rage. She howled her frustration. In the distance, a pink Tengu-like creature rose, close to where the Uchiha district was, wreathed in flames. And close to the barrier, Sasori had revealed a veritable army of puppets, effectively splitting the village's attention in two. Hanabi took a long breath. Veins pulsed around her eyes. There is a third Akatsuki man in the compound. It's Tobi. Uchiha Obito, then. Hanabi said. Ino groaned in consternation. It really felt as though more and more problems were arising. Hanabi brought out a heavy bow. With a grunt, she focused her Byakugan and waited, an arrow in hand. Who she was aiming for at this distance, Ino didn't know for sure. Close to Kumo. Karen could barely see. Her vision was spotted white. Blood was running down her face and she was lying on the ground. She let her golden chains, the ones she had wrapped around them both, fall away. The crushing wave of pressure had hit her and Anko head-on, and the gates that the latter had summoned had bent like cardboard. But they had survived. Anko? You okay? She asked. Karen looked at her. She looked very pale. Fear took over Karen. Anko? No answer came. Anko? A groan. Karen felt the most intense relief she had felt in a while. She started healing her with her chain, watching as the red-haired man came down to the earth again. Away from Kumo. Well, what was left of Kumo? It was not much more than a crater, right now. Uzumaki Nagato waited. After destroying arguably the most powerful military in the world, he came down to face the monstrous ox-like creature that was rushing toward him in a frenzy, away from the hole that had been Kumo. The beast let out a roar of pain, anger, and loss. A blue blur of electricity came out of the crater, headed toward Nagato as well, echoing the Eight Tails' pain. They both had the same target. Something golden emerged around Nagato, like a shroud. A shroud that had a terrifyingly large chakra presence. A shroud that looked like a fox. Chapter 116, The World's Problem. Nagato's attack hadn't killed everyone in Kumo, far from it. That's what Karen realized, as she finished healing Anko. The wreckage for this could only be him was fighting against Nagato, along with the Eight Tails. Nagato, who was still shrouded in the golden cloak, exuded a power that made her knees shake. This guy killed Sensei. Anko muttered. Her rage was obvious. He was too strong for her to fight, of this, there was no doubt. But Karen knew Anko. She would go anyway. And she would die for nothing. Don't. Karen said. Don't go. What? Anko turned to face her. There's nothing we can do right now. If he killed Orochimaru, then I will do my best to kill him in return. That's the least I can do. Anko shot back. You won't be able to do anything. Karen said, more harshly. Can't you feel how strong he is? I don't give a shit about this. Anko dashed. Only to find herself restrained by Karen's chains. What is the meaning of this? Anko growled. I won't let you throw your life away. Karen shook her head. How dare you? Anko raged. We trained you. Do you think you know better? No. But I know that you will die here, without changing anything. I can't let you do that. I won't be alone. These Kumo ninja are fighting, too. Do you really think Orochimaru went alone? Karen retorted. I may not have been with him as long as you were, but I know he would never risk his life if he wasn't convinced he could win. And against Nagato, there's no doubt that even he had some doubts. Let me go. Anko roared. I won't. Karen shook her head. No matter what it takes, I won't let you die. We lost Toru already. And Orochimaru. Let me go. No. You don't understand. He will kill you. Like he killed Orochimaru. And I should have died. Anko roared. With him. Karen just held her with her chains silently. Is this really what you think? She asked. What good is a student? What good is a sword? If it can't be of use. Anko asked, covering her face. He didn't see you as a sword. Karen said with finality. Why do you think he was ready to risk his own life? Stop. Why do you think he didn't involve you in this? Please, stop. He wanted you to live. Not for his sake. For your own. Anko turned back toward her, crying. I have nothing to live for. There's plenty of time for you to figure out a reason. Karen said, releasing her chains. She had, and Anko could do the same. We can't fight Nagato. I know. Anko admitted, clenching her fists. Not now, at least. But Kyumo's people still live. Karen continued. Will you help me save them? She had known Anko's answer, of course. Karen reached out for Sakura, telling her to pop a soldier's pill or two, because there were things to be done. Land of Earth. Uzumaki Ryujin had made one mistake. Or rather, he had miscalculated. Raging typhoon. Ryujin roared, his voice muffled by the ripple of energy that exploded from him, sending wind and water chakra flying around him in a destructive shockwave. The forest was torn apart. Nothing was left. Except Uzumaki Naruto used a substitution. Out of all things. A sword clattered where he had been a fraction of a second ago. The younger man was both amazingly fast, and aggressive. So fucking aggressive. He kept the pressure on him, and made it look quite casual, too. And Ryujin found himself quite angry. He simply couldn't catch him. No matter what he threw at him. And he was pretty sure this was Kyumo's famed lightning cloak, that cursed thing he was using. Something that was not supposed to get out of the village. Who had taught him? He really should have made sure the brat was dead, years ago. His mistake had cost him his twin brother already. Wasn't this enough? Although, how that had happened was still a complete mystery to him. There was simply no way a genin, or chunin at the time, he wasn't sure. There was no way he could have killed Sujin, back then, no matter how talented. Right now, sure. There was a way. Which was why Ryujin was taking this fight very seriously. He had tried many different methods to crush the brat, already. Sealing barriers to restrict him didn't work. He just blurred out of them before they formed, or dispelled them altogether. He had a preternatural sense for catching traps before Ryujin finished putting them down. The seals to slow him down had seemed like a great idea. Until Uzumaki Naruto had turned them against him. He knew how to fight without his sight. His taijutsu was leagues ahead of his own. Ryujin was forced to rely solely on his ninjutsu. A layer of wind covered his own body. And a layer of water covered the layer of wind. His chakra cycled. The entire area seemed to explode. Blades of wind and water turned the earth to ribbons around him. There was no way. What are you hoping to do here? Uzumaki Naruto asked him, blurring into existence in a flash of blue again. He was mocking him. Throwing his own words, from years ago, against him. Ryujin growled as he came face to face with a fist shrouded in blue lightning. Naruto's knuckles slammed into his face, and he was sent flying. Ryujin flew back up, not managing to dodge the following kick to his gut. It was a terrible feeling. He could not remember being so outmatched in years. And he was sure the younger man was doing it on purpose. Humiliating him. Uzumaki Naruto stared at him, cool-headed. His stance was firm, and there was nothing of the terrified child he remembered. Just a man with cold purple eyes, who reminded him all too much of some of several people he really didn't want to think about. Namikaze. Orochimaru. Ryujin had been told that he fought using weapons. And he had seen so when he had executed Zabuza. Except he was not even bothering to draw a sword. With a roar, Ryujin brought his arm down in a vertical chop. Water and wind followed in a raging gale, a maelstrom of power. Ryujin saw a flash of purple. Uzumaki Naruto slapped his jutsu away. Seeing him after just over 6 years reminded Ryujin of some of his worst fears. Of simply being surpassed by the next generation. And of dangerous, crazy little fuckers, like that kid, Deidara. Because Uzumaki Naruto was crazy, he could see that much in his eyes. Not just the sort of crazy that bred strong shinobi. Rather, it was the sort of crazy that bred genocidal maniacs. Nagato himself had the same glint in his eyes. Ryujin had a gash on his face, courtesy of the younger Uzumaki's wind-infused left hook. How could he even use wind at the same time as this level of lightning manipulation? The older man wasn't done, though. He jerked like a cornered animal when Naruto arrived upon him, his teeth set in an angry snarl. Water release, great waterfall. To create this much water from nothing required a large amount of chakra. The volume of it cascaded down onto the entire area, like a natural disaster. The redhead waited. Naruto had disappeared entirely. No attack was coming. His patience was straining. What was he waiting for? There was a flash of movement, and Ryujin summoned a shield made out of water to catch whatever was coming at him. It was a blade. Finally. He was taking this seriously. Oh no. You caught it. Uzumaki Naruto sounded bored. The blade exploded in Ryujin's face. I can't believe I had to prepare for this. Naruto shook his head, bemused. And you're supposed to be one of the strongest? I've seen stronger versions of your techniques dozens of times during the 100 years. Then he shook his head. What? Ryujin's head straightened up. I used to fear you, back then. Naruto said, discarding the previous thought entirely. So I prepared. Everything I remembered you using. A flash of wind exploded from Ryujin's hands. Sharp blades surged, each of them enough to gut a man. Naruto dodged through them all. As I said. Everything you did, I prepared for. But what good is your ninjutsu if none of your attacks can even reach me in the first place? Ryujin gritted his teeth. I've seen what you had to offer. You're not much better than Kakuzu, for one. Naruto said. And I'm disappointed. I can't believe I used to believe you were so strong. You. Naruto blurred forward. His fist smashed into Ryujin's belly, almost ending it. The redhead bent over, ready to throw up. What did you say back then, again? Naruto asked. Oh. That was it. You want to live. Ryujin took 2 fumbling steps away from him, reeling from the impact. Kill your friend, and I'll let you go. Naruto finished, with a slight smile. Kill the Kisa woman, and I'll consider letting you go. There was something strange about him, something that made Ryujin wonder if he was actually being serious, right now. Ryujin tried to retaliate with a kick, but ate an uppercut to the chin instead. He flipped over, landing on his back with a gasp. Using his seal, he disappeared right through the ground, reappearing under the younger Uzumaki, a water edge in hand, rising. Naruto dodged at the last moment. Another slash. Another dodge. Left. Naruto went right. Right. Naruto went under. Downwards. There was no one in front of him anymore. Naruto's every move left an afterimage behind him. He twisted and a crushing heel strike sent the older Uzumaki soaring. Ryujin continued to attack, wind blades and water whips mixing with every strike. Naruto grabbed his head and slammed him into the ground. Then a heel strike followed, burying him deeper. He was in pain. A world of pain. There was a way he could keep up. Ryujin layered wind around his body in a shell. He coiled it upon itself. There was a flash of light as a cloak made out of wind made him lighter, faster. Naruto chuckled. You think this will change anything? To his surprise, he let his lightning armor fall away. In a flurry of sharp gusts, wind came to cover him as well. I can do this, too. And sure, it's not too bad on its own. He still moved faster than Ryujin. Ryujin, who channeled Earth Chakra through his arms, hitting him straight on with a rock-enhanced punch. He got him, and a small smile began to form on his face. Naruto's head was bent back a bit. He turned to look at him again, wiped the small trace of blood on his chin. That was it? Naruto asked, dumbfounded. I guess there's really no point in dragging this any longer. Your jutsu are too slow to reach me, and even when they do. Ryujin's heart was thrumming angrily in his chest. They don't do much, do they? Ryujin roared. Wind, water, earth. Naruto grabbed his throat tightly, cutting him off. He sealed his chakra network off with a single touch. I would gladly kill you now, but I'm afraid I have a few questions first. Naruto began. You can answer now, or we'll get the answers from your brain, once you're dead. Ryujin just spat. Naruto pulled his sleeves back, revealing intricate tattoos. Was this supposed to happen? He asked, entirely too casual. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ryujin grunted. You're lying. Naruto said. His hand moved, and a blade of wind followed. Ryujin realized, with a scream, that 3 of his fingers had been shorn off, including his ring finger. I don't know shit. Ryujin roared, enraged by the pain he was in. What are you even talking about? Naruto snorted. Of course you do. Look at this. Where do you think I learned your fancy Uzumaki carving style? What the fuck do you mean? Ryujin roared. This has nothing to do with the Uzumaki arts. Naruto stopped moving altogether. What do you mean? He asked dangerously. Ryujin peeled back his own sleeve, revealing a couple raised scars that looked like Sujin's had. Ryujin didn't know this, of course, but they looked like Naruto's had, for the first few hours. Before they had disappeared. Before they had changed altogether. I have no idea what you've done to yourself exactly, but you're lucky to even be alive. Ryujin screamed. Why do you say this? Because of the 9 tails. Ryujin howled. How could he have lost against this lunatic? Which part of mixing a piece of divinity with another sounded like a good idea? It's entirely unstable, even riskier than if you had known what the hell you were doing in the first place. The beast's chakra has a will of its own. What do you think happens when your will, gods, and that thing collide? No sane Uzumaki would attempt this in the first place. Yes. Naruto almost smiled. I kinda realized all of this afterwards. So you have nothing more to offer about the topic. What more could I say? He growled. Naruto chuckled. Not much, it's true. He turned serious. What is Nagato planning? Is he still coming after me? What? For the tiny piece of the 9 tails you hold? Ryujin asked, now confused. He let out a short barking laugh. Why would Nagato care about the equivalent of 1 tail of the beast's full power, when he has the rest of it already? Naruto froze. Ryujin used that opportunity to undo the seals that had been placed upon him. Kumo. Karin had not been there when Taki was destroyed. She was lucky enough to get the once-in-a-lifetime chance to experience the widespread destruction of Kumo, instead. Karin didn't fancy herself a medic nin, far from it. But today, considering the amount of wounded, soon-to-be-dead people, she might as well channel her inner Tsunade. There had been people who recognized them. And some of them had been ready to attack them on sight. But she guessed distantly that seeing her walk around, carrying wounded and dead alike with a vacant expression had assuaged their fears. Karin dug under buildings, summoning clones to help her, a reflection of what Naruto had felt, more than a month ago. What awaited them, in the future? But she knew one thing. Naruto would never do something on this scale. And she would always pick the lesser evil. Because there were no good options to pick from. So if it took breaking the current system entirely, and the people responsible for it, and by proxy responsible for people like Nagato coming to life in the first place. Well, she really wouldn't mind dirtying her own hands too much. Or maybe something of her, something precious was lost today. It was hard to say. In the meantime, she healed people, dirty hands, or not. Metaphorically dirty, of course. The world could wait. Sakura arrived, with no fanfare. I've seen the fighting on my way here, she said tiredly. Now that Karen could see, Sakura looked as though she were barely standing. Karen extended her chain to her. Take some of my chakra. Do I look that bad? Worse. Seeing Sakura's hesitant look. Take it. I'm tired too, but I also have a lot more chakra than you. Maybe you should have taken the demi. Sakura mumbled. She finally held onto the chain, letting it wrap around her own wrist. No thanks, I think I'm good with my own. Karen retorted. She began the chakra transfer. I warned the guys at the island. Sakura began. They're ready, for whoever decides to leave this smoking wreck. Karen winced. Maybe we'll ask the people if they actually want to leave, later. And? Maybe you shouldn't do the introductions. Sakura lifted an eyebrow but didn't contest it. She started moving, helping the people that were trapped. I didn't bring Yujito, Sakura said, as she did so. For obvious reasons. Like the fact she would do something stupid like try to kill Nagato and die in the process. And seeing the crumbled remnants of what was probably the strongest place on Earth, just a few hours ago. Yujito's own village. Nobody could blame her. Me, I'll try to help the people who are left. Sakura finished. Huh. So Sakura had a soul? Land of Earth. Be as it may, beast. The woman spat, in her dying throes. But aka. A jet of chakra and steam exploded from the back of Han's elbow. He grunted with a satisfied expression when his fist crushed the Kisa woman's skull. Combination bloodline? Nice. Too bad she had been fighting alone, then. Gods. He was alive, somehow. When the 3 Akatsuki ninja had come, he had thought that was it. Hell, he was beginning to think that this UMI news thing might have been telling the truth. He had thought it was mere ramblings in the beginning, but if 2 or 3 people at around this strength level really had come for Rashi, even the crafty old ape would have found it tricky to escape. Especially if had been fighting that young Uchiha before he and. Rashi could be a hothead sometimes, despite what his age he was old, for a shinobi, and basically ancient for a jinhiriki tended to make people believe. And he had managed to leave Han as Iwa's sole jinhiriki, which neither of them would have wished on the other. He was no beast of burden, and only his grudging respect for Onaki kept him doing his job. Though the man didn't seem like himself recently, ever since Kuratsuka died. Which had been UMI too, according to what they wrote. That made no sense to him, or to IWA, honestly. What kind of nation? No, it was a village. What kind of village would willingly admit this? This cemented 2 things in Han's mind. 1, they were lunatics. Because it would take feeling above retribution to do something like this and admit it. And UMI definitely wasn't. Or at least, not yet. Killing a cage, and telling the world you did it? Gods. 2, maybe they were telling the truth about the rest. Sure, it could be a layered plan of admitting a lesser fault in order to hide a bigger one, too. But their version of the events that happened made more sense than whatever shit was currently being pushed by IWA itself. And speaking of lunatics. The Uzumaki man, the blonde one, stood there, looking deep in thought. The older redhead was nowhere to be seen. Did you kill him? Han asked, coming closer. The Uzumaki did not turn to face him. I have dealt with him, he said softly. Han had expected something else. Rage, maybe? Not just this sort of emptiness. What does that mean? He turned to look at him and Han regretted it. He almost took a step back, without knowing why. The Uzumaki was shorter than him, and younger too. His eyes stared into his own. It means that he won't be a problem anymore, don't concern yourself with the details of it. Uzumaki Naruto's quiet voice said. He was after me? Han said hotly. I think And they were after me too. Uzumaki said, cutting right through him. Which is why I'll be taking him with me. It is. Not going to be much better than being dead? Uzumaki said. He might still be of some use. Han kept quiet. I think we're done here, Uzumaki said, giving him a small nod of respect. Han hesitantly returned it. I thank you for the help, then, Han said. A pause. Go home and hide. The blonde smiled. What? They will come for you again, Uzumaki said in that same soft voice. Hide, survive. Don't get caught. I won't be able to do that, even if I wanted to. Han gritted out. Who did he think he was? There's a war raging. Uzumaki Naruto continued to look at him. These were the eyes of a cat, and they gleamed in a similar way. It was a bit unsettling. Then find another way, he said quietly. Don't go to the front. Not even IWA itself is that safe, really. Do you think I'm going to have a choice? Han spat. And leaving? You have a choice. IWA is my home, still. I won't let them fight a war against Konoha without me. I was unaware that Iwa's border skirmishes were more important than the fate of the world, Uzumaki said, something tight in his expression. Han shrugged, a bit hesitantly. It is what it is. Are you willing to leave your village entirely while we settle this Akatsuki matter? What? Han scoffed. No. Uzumaki smiled slightly. I thought so. The air around him seemed to bend, and there was a strange light coming from him, something that crackled hungrily. Han tensed. Are you going to attack me? Do you believe that I could kill you? If I needed to do it, right now. If it seemed to me as though it were the best choice. Do you think I would kill you? Looking into his eyes, Han believed that he would. And five tails or not, he didn't really feel like taking his chances against a man who had felled 2S ranked ninja and looked none the worse for it. So despite his pride, hating himself for it, Han nodded slowly. Good, Naruto said, and the pressure abated. I'm sure you can find a way to convince the old Tsuchikage that you staying hidden, somewhere outside of IWA is better for everyone. Do what you need. Lightning crackled around Uzumaki and Han tensed again, ready for the hardest fight he could conceive, and then he was gone. Han leaned against a tree, his heart thumping. Maybe he had been wrong. Lunatic or not, and there definitely was something there. This guy definitely felt above retribution. And maybe he was right, in a way. Han still wasn't sure what to do. He knew that if he ever met the Uzumaki again, he would. Nah. Fuck that. This was too far above Han, at least. Let the world deal with it. Chapter 117, A Cold Alliance. Konoha. If you think your flames will prevent me from taking you away, you're making a grave mistake, Uchiha Obito said, not bothering to hide his face anymore. In front of him, Uchiha Sasuke growled. He had barely managed to not get sucked in that man's void thing until now. And if Ino out of all people hadn't warned him, he would have been caught already. Obito reached forward, through the flames. His hand grabbed Sasuke and his intent was clear, even as his arm was burning. He would take him and drop him wherever he wanted him to be. Sasuke was roaring, and the intensity of the flames increased around him, carried by the half-sized Susanoo he was now using. Anything bigger was too unwieldy in the middle of the compound. There was a whirring sound and he realized that he might be in trouble. Sasuke saw something flash in the corner of his vision. What? An arrow? That's what it was. A wind-enhanced arrow struck the ground they were standing on, piercing through a building entirely. Luckily, there was no one in. Obito faded away to avoid it, with a frustrated grunt. What the hell is Niji doing? He growled, looking at the direction the arrow had come from. Sasuke couldn't tell who had shot it over this distance, with this sort of precision. It wasn't the kind of shot he could make, and his eyes were better than almost any Uchiha in the clan. He didn't waste any time, and swung his sword vertically. A wall of fire roared into existence, aimed at the distant relative he had never known. The man was fast, and dangerous too, even without taking his Mangekyo in account. That was Kamui, Shisui had said, days ago. Now, if only Sasuke knew how the ability worked exactly in this case. When Obito became corporeal again, Sasuke used Kojin to increase the fire's destructive power on Obito's arm. With a grunt, the man cut his own arm off. Another arrow flew, forcing Obito to dodge again. Who was this? Obito was next to Sasuke again, ready to grab him. It happened so fast that he nearly missed it, even with his Sharingan. Suddenly, Itachi was there, a sword of black flame held in between his hands, a red-eyed shadow. It was a perfect attack, with the perfect bait. Itachi's sword burned through Obito's brain, consuming it in less than a second. And there he stood, his elder brother, over the burning body of a man who had pretended to be someone he was not. Itachi looked almost surprised that it had been so easy. But there was no illusion here. Then he stiffened. The body vanished. Sasuke's flames extended in every direction, seeking. And Itachi's eyes scanned the area in his own, making sure Sasuke was safe. But this was the ultimate Sharingan technique. Uchiha Shisui appeared around the block, blurring into motion. Uchiha Obito rewrote reality, and when he reappeared, he noticed the newcomer. He went for another option. His remaining hand wrapped itself around Itachi's wrist. Itachi's Susanoo exploded to life and black flames covered him. "You're dangerous. I'll take you out first," Obito muttered lowly. And then they were gone, both of them. Sasuke roared. But there was no way he could reach them. Kamui realm. Itachi was dropped unceremoniously into a cold, endless plain of cubes of varying sizes. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing else, besides part of a man's head? Well, it didn't look entirely human, but that's what it was. Brains and gore, and a pair of beady eyes. Obito froze. "What?" he growled. "How?" Itachi didn't wait. The sword of Totsuka extended, forcing Obito to move back. "No matter." The man grunted to himself. "It changes nothing. I need to extract Sasori." Obito's eye turned to his only remaining hand, covered in black flames. His Sharingan flashed, and the entire hand disappeared. Then he disappeared from this realm entirely, leaving Itachi alone. He let his Susanoo fade away. There was no point, if the man could just wait for him to waste. Waiting? Was this Uchiha Obito's plan? Leave him here to die? Because if so, if this really were an isolated realm, well, Itachi couldn't really think of a way to escape. And he hadn't been prepared to be dropped in the middle of this. He had no rations, no water. No. The plan was likely to bait Sasuke into coming to Obito himself. And knowing his younger brother, that was bad. Well, he had nothing but time to think. Drawing himself into a sitting position, Itachi conserved his energy and waited. Orochimaru's spire. UMI. Is this really important? Naruto asked when Hanabi came in. I still have to go to Kumo, apparently. Hanabi turned to face Naruto. The fighting had been over for a while, and most of them were taking care of the Kumo citizens on site. The wounds from battle had faded from his body already, and his eyes were watchful. He had come into the holding room. Of course Orochimaru had a prison just before her. Well, she had run after him. So you almost got Neji, then? Ino didn't say much. Naruto asked. He barely seemed to react to Neji's name. Yes, we captured him. He escaped, Hanabi said between clenched teeth. She didn't even know it was possible in the first place. Didn't Ino relay the message? Maybe she did. Naruto said. I had other things on my mind, at the time. He seemed thoughtful. Good job, then, Hanabi. Naruto nodded. Even if he escaped in the end, you still managed to trick him. Maybe I should go after Neji myself. He mused. A chill went up Hanabi's spine. Naruto. I get that he's a clan member. Naruto nodded. And that although he is part of Akatsuki, you might still care about him some. He sighed. Hanabi wasn't sure what she wanted here, exactly. I've killed Mamakai Zabuza and I almost forgot that I came here to drop him. Naruto said. A scroll came out of his sleeve, and with it, he unsealed Uzumaki Ryujin's ruined form. Hanabi wanted to throw up. The man was alive, sure, and his wounds were closed. But he had no more limbs. They had been hacked off and the stumps cauterized roughly with either fire or lightning. Why? She asked. Naruto sighed again. I'm sorry you had to see it. See it? That's not what this is about. She said hotly. What is it about, then? Naruto frowned. He is too dangerous to keep around, otherwise. I just made sure he couldn't hurt any of us. He's not a good man, believe me. Still. He's the one who Niji left Konoha with, too. Maybe it's for the best that you didn't capture him. If he had to see him like this. Is this what you intend to do to Niji? Hanabi asked, with rising horror. Naruto smiled slightly. I do hope I won't need to. Hanabi couldn't find any words. Tell me about Kumo, then. Naruto finished. I couldn't really focus. Naruto decided a few things concerning Kumo and Kiri matters. Shortly after. Close to Umi. Naruto appeared on the island where Sakura had told him she had left Ujito. You. She almost roared. Stop. He said offhandedly. We have no time for this, now. What? She said incredulously. Her anger was boiling. You think dash. Akatsuki didn't only attack you. He said softly. Kumo has been destroyed. What? Time stood still. To Ujito, it was like the wind has stopped blowing, that the waves had stopped rumbling. Naruto remained there, distant, almost unaffected. It seemed as though this had knocked the breath out of her. She fell to her knees. You're lying. She whispered. You already know I'm not. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Take me there. I don't think it is wise, right away. Take me there. She growled. Naruto took a long look at her. He decided something. Take my hand. Naruto simply said. One moment they were close to Umi, the next they were on the cliff overlooking Kumo. No. Ujito breathed out at last. There's no. The late afternoon sun was hidden by a few clouds. There were a few scattered people walking the streets, putting out the last of the fires. Smoke and ash made the whole place look gray. And the entire city was nothing more than a crater. No. 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 Ujito howled. What do I do? Naruto knew she wasn't talking to him, not really. He wished he could have helped her somehow, but right now. Where is the wreckage? Ujito asked him. Naruto pursed his lips. Dying. Poisoned by the Nine-Tails chakra. No. And B? Where is B? Naruto wasn't going to say anything about it, of course. But he really didn't feel much about this particular issue. He continued. Killer B has been captured. And according to what Karen told me, the wreckage wants to see you. I should have been there. I could have Ujito began. You have no idea what Nagato can do. Naruto shook his head. You being here would have changed nothing. How can you say this? She whirled around. Naruto sighed. Because me being there would have changed nothing either. Because he possesses both the Rinnegan and the Nine-Tails. Even if I had been there, I'd just be dead right now. To Ujito, the wreckage looked as though he were dead already. He was covered head to toe in bandages that barely managed to sponge the thick, bloody mucus that soaked them. The only thing that made Ujito believe that it really was him was his size, as well as his eyes. You couldn't mistake them, Madatabi inside you or not. Because they had just opened and were staring at her, half blindly. Everything was going fast, way too fast. Her world had just been turned upside down. Ujito. He croaked. How did you get here so fast? I just sent for you. Before she even had the time to give him an explanation he would not have liked about a man he liked even less, he started coughing and choking on his breath. No matter. The man coughed. That sounded bad. I don't think you're in the shape for this. Ujito said. I'll call for a heal. The man scoffed. They could not do anything for him, he probably thought. That was why he had dismissed them altogether. Or maybe it was that to a man like the Rakage, one who prided himself on his strength, the idea of prolonging this state of weakness was unbearable. I do not have the time to wait. It set off another wet cough, with phlegm escaping his body. Yujito could hear his lungs rattling. Keep your strength, she muttered. The Rakage realized he didn't have much time, then. Yujito did as well. Swallowing her fears, she asked him. What do you require of me? Protect the people who are left. The Rakage began. There is no one else who can. Everybody is dead. Yujito bowed her head, with a tight stomach. Starting now, you are the fifth Rakage. Yujito. I'm leaving Kumo's people to you. Yes. Save my brother, he cried. Yujito felt her own heart clench painfully. And, if you can't, if he is already. Make sure this Rinnegan bastard dies. Yes. The Rakage died soon after passing the role on to her. He probably had been holding on to the last of his strength for this. Would she have reached in time if she had still been in water? Probably not. Why her? The fourth was the first to express how risky it was to have your Jinhyuriki and Ukage be the same person, and he didn't say it just because it would have been a complete disaster to have Killer be at the helm. The loss of either was terrible enough on its own. But now, if she were to die or get captured. Why her? There were plenty of strong Kumo ninja left in the village. Outside of it. Were there not? Many had died today. And many had died during the war already. The list of people strong enough and qualified to lead was a pretty short one, now. And he had been desperate. The metaphorical Rakages had hung heavy. She was the leader of a pile of ruins, as well as several thousand men. She suddenly felt very cynical. And very alone, too. Which didn't mean that she wanted any sort of company. Someone didn't get the memo. And it had to be him. Uzumaki Naruto hung close to the village's crater, seemingly unwilling to enter it. He named you fifth Rakage, didn't he? Naruto asked her, without a preamble. That's got nothing to do with you. She snapped. I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore. There are too many things to do, right now. He lifted an eyebrow. I think this might have a lot to do with me, actually. Kumo has lost thousands. Dozens of thousands. My friends have come here to help minimize the death toll. And I would have come myself if I could have. It was the truth, she had heard the rumors in town already. She was pretty sure there were some that started to believe that maybe the rumors and nonsense that came from Umise Hinban carried some truth, at least. Be as it may. Yujito clenched her fists. She took a long breath. I thank you on behalf of Kumo. You may now leave. If she had thought this was going to be enough. Kumo has never been weaker. Naruto said flatly. The village itself has no more defenses, has just lost its cage, its strongest Jinhyuriki, and the last one has become their leader, and so will be out of combat for the foreseeable future. That's without mentioning the thousands and thousands of dead shinobi. She whirled around, claws extended. He didn't flinch. What the fuck do? I am not saying this to provoke you. But I've seen what this leads to. Centuries. Naruto marked a pause. I know what this leads to. Your enemies will pounce on Kumo. And there were plenty. Don't you think I know this already? She gritted her teeth. That's not it. You're also going to have people who disagree with your nomination, considering how far from protocol it is. There was a succession line in Kumo usually, based on the AB team. Considering the circumstances, Yujito had thought that. Wait. How does he even know this? What are you suggesting? She growled. What had happened to him these last few months? If you're talking about silencing them. That's not what I meant. Naruto frowned. Though I am ready to use my reputation if it helps. And I wouldn't shy away from getting rid of a few problematic people for you. Don't feel the need. Yujito said, coldly. What do you mean, then? He turned to face her entirely. Right now, I come here to offer you a chance to build toward peace together. I have come without any intention of using force. I believe we need each other. He extended his hand. Need? This fucking bastard. Yujito saw his hand and she felt the need to tear it apart, for a moment. Out of my sight. Yujito growled. No. Naruto shook his head. Leave. We could use your help. And you could use ours. He said quietly. Leave. Do not come back. I am sorry for deceiving you last time. He continued, unimpeded. I won't do that to you anymore. She shook her head, bemused. The balls, on that one. You are the biggest bastard I know of. This won't be the last. Naruto chuckled. We both know that's not true. It just hurt because you thought I was better than this. Which I am not. I am a shinobi, through and through. She gritted her teeth. And I may be a bastard. Naruto admitted. I've been one, in every lee. Yujito frowned when he cut himself off. He continued. The thing I want more than anything is to stop this endless cycle of war, to break this oppressive system that breeds people like Nagato, or me, in a way. You expect me to believe you're still going after peace? Yujito scoffed. His voice grew soft. Yes. Truth, in his soul. And do you think your peace will last? She spat. I hope so. For a long, long time. There was something sure in his eyes. I can't guarantee you eternity, but I'm sure a few hundred years is a start. Naruto said easily. And I can protect your people. All of the civilians, at the very least. Yujito scoffed. It's not the time for jokes, far from it. I am not. Who else could offer you that? He looked absolutely serious. Yujito didn't know if she wanted to laugh or cry. Had he completely lost it or, did he really believe it was possible? She couldn't help it. Yujito started to chuckle. He didn't mind. Allying with you means renouncing Konoha. Yujito began. Temporarily. He admitted. I won't stop until all of the villages are assembled under one banner. Konoha will come around. They won't be able to attack you either way. Well, considering the alliance with Konoha had devolved into nothing more than just focusing on their own enemies, there was not that much there. Under your banner. She spat. You're a terrible option. There is something dark in you. I know. He admitted easily, taking the wind out of her sails. Or it might just be my soul, who knows? He chuckled. She growled. But it doesn't matter if it's my banner or someone else's, really. Naruto shook his head. It just so happens that I am more likely to manage than others. What makes you sure? He gave her a wry look. I know of a few ways that won't work, by now. She had no idea what he meant. Naruto continued. You're going to need a stable base in the meantime. Kyumo won't do, for obvious reasons. He pointed at the crater. If that man, Nagato, had done it once. Are you going where I think you're going? She said, glaring at him, almost manic. After all, UMI can offer you a stable, safe place, for all the people willing to leave this place. Kyumo ninja won't renounce their culture. Yujito gritted out. He laughed. And I'm not asking them to. But a place isn't a culture. The people will take their hearts with them. She would at least listen to his terms. What are you asking, then? He smiled at last, sunshine after rain. All I'm asking you is to become part of something bigger. Something built on lasting foundations for peace. Just like UMI will be part of it. Just like Taki's culture still lives on. Kyumo's people will live on. Gods. Was she actually willing to listen? Even Madatabi was strangely silent, ever since he had come. This is your chance to stop this senseless war with Kiri. We have something in the works, there too. Naruto continued. You can do that. Without fear of retribution. Why do you insist so much? She muttered. Do you need what's left of our troops that much? No. He said simply. I'm not even sure if the troops are worth the hassle. I'd prefer to deal with the civilians only, honestly. Then what could be so important? It's not about me, is it? She asked, unsure why she still found that she cared, if only a little bit. Fuck no. He said flatly, and she felt the sudden desire to make him eat these words. Then what? This is about the future. The fate of the world hangs on this. Naruto looked at her, and for a moment she could almost forget just how close to the edge he had seemed, just minutes ago. That was the traitorous part. These moments of utter clarity. I know what you're thinking. Naruto smiled. I don't need you to open the bond for this. And I get that right now, you don't trust me. I probably wouldn't, either. You manipulative bastard. Yujito gritted out. As for me, if I can't convince someone I trust to do the right thing, how could I possibly change the world? Chapter 118, The Shape of Water. Now, how to go about Kiri. There were a few specifics to plan out. A few days later. UMI. Despite Yujito's initial objections, she had ended up realizing the truth. There was no real place for Kumo's civilians to go. Konoha barely cared, and even then, they had a war to manage. If they took the people in, it would be as Konoha citizens, or with Kumo itself as a vassal state. The daimyo and the raikage had had a tense relationship for as long as Kumo had existed. How could it not, when the village had the strength to topple the imperial city, and the imperial city had the fundings to allow the village to exist in the first place? So relying more on the man was out of the question. There would be no moving to the imperial city. The fact that Kumo had fallen so quickly was likely not going to help convince the daimyo that shinobi were truly worth the cost. And while ninja could live in a fortress for extended periods, that wasn't the case for civilians. Or rather, they simply wouldn't want to. So Yujito and Naruto had agreed on something. In exchange for UMI's help with bringing the war with Kiri to an end, and to avoid something like Nagato happening again, most of Kumo's civilian population would move to the islands. The ninja would mostly remain on the mainland, to hold the land. And Naruto knew that most of them would end up realizing the usefulness of being able to travel around so easily, so it was only a matter of time before more of them joined UMI's Kumo branch. Yujito probably did, too. Kumo's official headquarters were based in the islands, as well. It was a first, tentative step toward peace. Red Island, between water and lightning, one of the main reasons the war had started between Kumo and Kiri in the first place, would be conceded to the land of water. It would help, as their shinobi were just as weary. That was an opening. There was the problem of Kiri's higher UPS still being Akatsuki puppets. Naruto had sent Anko and Sakura there to sort it out. First, to figure out if they were dealing with mind control or not. Second, to deal with them if needed. And then, it wouldn't be that hard to find someone who had the skills to lead and was willing to work toward peace. At this point, handling an influx of several thousand people was something UMI could more or less manage without Naruto micromanaging the whole thing. He had something else on his mind, so he departed from the island after leaving a few clones behind to handle the day-to-day operations. Orochimaru had left him a scroll containing contact information for several of his informants throughout the world. Some of them, Naruto had already met in person with him. He had only schemed through the scroll before, but he had a need to find someone, right now. Maybe the informants could help with that. Naruto wasn't sure why he suddenly knew he had to see her now. Just that he had to. His mind was all over the place today, and his thought process was usually so jumbled it was a miracle he got anything done at all. The memories blending in with his own almost seamlessly were not helping matters at all. Since Orochimaru was gone now, and he didn't have the answers he was looking for anyway, he would need to find somebody more ancient. And there was one of the informants that could be of use, when it came to Kiri. Well, if she truly was who he thought she might be. The first few informants were a complete waste of time, and they seemed to realize Naruto wasn't too pleased. He wasn't entirely sure why they looked so terrified, though. Well, he didn't really have the patience to play their usual games, so maybe he had been a bit too blunt. For the next one, though, he might need to be a bit more tactful. Miyamaki is the former merchant district of Miya, where several traditional residential buildings and warehouses stand. Boutiques, shops, cafes, restaurants, as well as other commodities line the district's narrow lanes. The city of Miya itself is a castle town, also called Jokamaki, meaning that the city surrounds a feudal lord's castle. This being in the land of tea, the current daimyo didn't stay here, but rather in the imperial capital. Many of Miyamaki's buildings were makiya, long, narrow townhouses that served both as shops and as the living quarters of the local merchants. The storefronts of makiya were often kept narrow in order to save money on taxes, which tended to be calculated on a house's street access, rather than total area. Before its development into a merchant district a few centuries ago, the area that is Miyamaki today used to be occupied almost entirely by the once spacious grounds of a temple. The name of which Naruto couldn't remember, frankly. Ino was better at this sort of thing anyway, which was why he brought her along. That, and her ability to read minds, of course. Which might always come in handy when talking with informants. He had brought her along for a few promising leads, the day before. "Are you sure it's here?" Ino asked again. He had asked her if she could join him for this particular meeting only, as there was still the matter of safety checking Kumo's people. It would be a welcome break for her. "It seems like it." Naruto nodded. Then he squinted. What was that? He thought he saw something long and spindly walk among the people, and a shiver crawled up his spine. There was nothing there. He focused again. He knew this sort of building and had no particular fondness for it. Opium was a very addictive narcotic, made from dried poppy seeds. It offered relief from pain, aches, and reality altogether. Which meant that for shinobi, it was a very tempting, dangerous thing. It had been brought to the land of tea by Earth, and some insisted that it had been done on purpose, in order to destabilize its economy. The land of tea was currently trying to get it labeled as a dangerous drug, but considering the amount of people who used it medicinally, it was an ongoing effort. And opium dens such as this one, were commonly frequented by both men and women, from all social classes. Stopping by for a session of euphoric numbness, or an entire day of it. Naruto sighed, and they went in. The inside of the place was a bit better than what he had expected. A pretty dark place, sure, but not as much as he had expected. People were sitting at tables, on long couch-like seats. If weren't for the unmistakable smell in the air, and their dazed expressions, it would be easy to believe it was just a smoking bar. Naruto extended his chakra senses. He didn't notice anything in particular. "I don't like this place," Ino murmured. "Neither do I. Well, opium consumption used to be much worse, a few decades ago, I saw no matter. The other informants had nothing, let us hope this one does." Naruto walked around. He knew the woman would call for him. And she did once he passed her by. "Good evening," she greeted. She was a woman in her 30s, sitting on velvety cushions, pulling on a kizaru. Green eyes, long blonde hair. Irajumi tattoos covered her right arm. You must be Orochimaru's apprentice. She was who he thought she was. Up close, her chakra presence could only belong to Katashi's line. "Aren't you thankful for this?" Naruto didn't react to the voice. He smiled lightly and sat down close to the woman, setting a privacy seal with a simple touch. "Are my clothes this conspicuous, or do I also look like a raging psychopath?" After some hesitation, Ino sat as well. "That." The woman exhaled with a small laugh. "And the way you glide around the floor, scanning for threats. It's not so obvious, of course, but it is easy to see where you got it from." "Maybe." He nodded. "So why did you come here yourself?" "I don't think we have met yet." She gave him a curious look. "Orochimaru is dead," Naruto said bluntly. "Oh." She let out slowly. "I have wondered where." "No matter. Thank you for warning me. I may have to move, without his protection." Naruto lifted an eyebrow. He might not be as good of a censor as Karen was, but he could tell. She was a shinobi, and a powerful one at that. And she wasn't nearly as good as Sakura was, when it came to hiding her presence. Naruto just nodded outwardly. Although, the woman said slowly. That's not why you're here, is it? I have use for your services. She raised an eyebrow. Really? And what makes you think it works this way? What do you have to offer me? She's after power. I have trouble telling what sort. Ino said. Of course she is. Naruto almost smiled. That's what we're here for. If Orochimaru's notes on her had been right, it might prove to be a bit more than simple craving for power, though. I'll tear down the current shinobi system. And then we'll need people to rebuild. People who are better than the previous generation. HMPF. Just that. The woman huffed. How presumptuous. Not that much, really. I will need you. Unless you can change the past, I think it's a bit too late for that. I aim to change the course of history. Naruto said. That should be good enough for you. Huh. She inhaled more smoke, looking derisive. Nothing more? And you say it without blinking, too. Just how do you plan to do that? I will start by replacing the cage and their entourage by people more amenable to peace. That's a bit too blunt to say like this. Ino chided. So you mean? The woman started, somewhat amused. You're going to kill all of the people that won't agree to stop their wars. In other words. Naruto shrugged. Ino frowned. So that's what's been happening. Could be. Naruto said curtly. That's still going to leave a few warmongers, murderers in power, just like before. I see two of them right now, in fact. Nothing so different. Ino gave her a dark look, but Naruto just smiled blandly. People who are ready to kill should be ready to die, too. That goes for us, too. Ino said. As long as the people in charge are willing to accept long-lasting peace and the structural changes that come with it, I don't really care who they are. If they change their minds afterwards, we'll deal with that when it comes to it. Naruto continued. The woman scoffed. And your dubious morality aside. What makes you think that you will be able to do something like this in the first place? I've done it times and times again, before you were born. You've heard of me, haven't you? The woman made a face. Who hasn't, by now? But I have to admit. I have trouble making sense of the way you are, sowing chaos. It is more controlled than it might seem. Ino said, arms folded. Of course, of course. The other woman nodded. It always is. Until it's not anymore. You know better than most what it takes to shake things up, don't you? Naruto asked, cutting through the chase. He looked at her pointedly. And you know what it takes. I will become the most powerful man in the world, and then we'll unify the mainland. That's the only way to stop this. A long silence stretched. I see you're serious about this. Well. All Uzumaki are headstrong, aren't they? She exhaled. Now. I would ask you where you learned about me, but considering who your master was. Indeed. Naruto nodded blandly. That wasn't the full reason, as Orochimaru didn't know all of the details, but well. It was easier to explain. So. What are you offering exactly? The woman inhaled slowly. I'm sure you're very strong and I'm terribly impressed, of course. I need you to become Mizukage. Naruto said. I know that's what you wanted, once. The woman choked on her smoke, and started to cough loudly. People were starting to turn toward them. Naruto waved his hand, and wind carried it away. He made a come-hither motion, and the same thing happened with the smoke in her throat. She stopped choking. And she probably realized just how easy it would be for him to do the opposite thing to a weaker shinobi. What was that about? The woman asked, dumbfounded. What the fuck is this? Ino raged. You didn't say anything about this. Naruto shrugged. I had to figure out what kind of person she was first. Oh. Ino looked darkly amused. And the whole 5 minutes of obscure conversation in a fucking opium den convinced you? No. Naruto shook his head. More the fact that you didn't have anything to say about her, compared to the shady people we met yesterday. They were terrible, all of them. And she isn't, then? Naruto nodded. Glad we could agree on this. He smiled. Not that I'm very fond of you reading my mind. The woman said dryly. But what makes you think this is a good idea in any way? According to Orochimaru, you have what it takes to run a huge intel network. If you are who I think you are, you were already prepared to take the role, once. And more than anyone, I'm sure you want peace, too. Naruto gave her a long look. Considering your past. Ino looked ready to explode. Okay. Who is she, really? Orochimaru's scroll mentioned Keiya Chinitsuo, originally from Hot Water. She is not her, then. The woman looked somewhat amused. Don't you recognize her? Naruto asked, pointing at her. Look at the face shape, the color of her eyes, too, they are all the trademarks of... Ino gave him a bland look. Of what? These were not his memories, then. If Ino didn't recognize the face, there was no reason for him to be able to. Of what? She repeated. Who is she? Mei. The woman smiled at last. Terumi Mei. But he knew this already. I thought the Terumi clan was Kilsari. Ino said. Mei frowned. We were. I'm the only survivor. I left Mist, and the Land of Water altogether. And with these chakra natures, there was only one person you could be. Terumi Katashi's son, or his granddaughter. The Uzumaki said. You were a Kiri Jonin, aiming for the head, until they killed you. Why would you even know of my grandfather? Mei asked with a strange expression. He was well known, once. But that was before Kiri was even founded. It doesn't matter. Uzumaki Naruto waved off. Would you be willing to return to Kiri? She lifted an eyebrow. The place that killed my clan, my family. Mei drawled. Most men sent after your clan died in the attack. Yagura is dead. I learned of this, yes. She smiled darkly. But some of the people who agreed about the decision are still in power. And thriving. I know this, as well. Mei growled. You could do something about it. Ino offered. And help us broker peace with Kumo. Mei just gritted her teeth. Yagura was manipulated by someone else. That is why he changed so suddenly. Mei frowned. It's in the past, now. She sighed. I have no interest in the matters of Kiri. Ino furrowed her brows. In that case, we'll find someone else. Naruto said. It was more of spur-of-the-moment idea. You're qualified, since Orochimaru kept you around for years, and strong too, if you're anything like your grandpa. I believe you want peace, too. And power. It would be an easy sell to Kiri. A way to move beyond the bloody past. I don't care about Kiri. Mei almost growled. This is not true. Far from it. She does care. Ino said. Mei glared at her. I don't recall asking for your opinion on this matter. Stop reading into my mind. The air became drier around them. Neither of the two reacted. Stop broadcasting, then. Ino shrugged. There's another Akatsuki puppet behind Kiri's latest actions. Naruto said, almost casually. Who knows what they're planning? What? Mei asked dangerously. Naruto smiled evenly. You never left the shinobi life behind. And you focused your intelligence gathering on Kiri's enemies, so you missed it. Naruto continued. Seeing she was about to protest. You can deny it if you want, but it's clear to both of us that you still care about your home. A whole lot, even. Ino finished. That's established. Little bitch. Mei thought. Now that she had regained some control over the situation, she didn't seem to care that much about her previous reservations. So, the question is. Naruto continued, leaning forward. How much do you care? They knew they had her. Very well. Mei sighed. I won't let Kiri continue to rot. Oh please. Naruto smiled lightly. It was what you wanted to do all along. Fix Kiri. We'll just help you along. Tell her to stop reading my mind. Mei growled. I can't help it if you send everything out. Ino deadpanned. And I didn't need any help for this. Naruto shrugged. So. She drummed her fingers on the table. Assuming all of this is even possible in the first place. It is. What do you want in return? I have to admit I didn't come here only for this in the first place, but I'm happily surprised. Naruto grinned. Oh. Mei lifted an eyebrow. Yeah. Naruto leaned back. As for what I want. I'm looking for information about a woman. Now, it's going to be a bit vague, but here goes. You am I? For real? Karen asked Tanabe Mai, the head of Intel. It seems as though he is. The woman nodded, her lips pursed. Should I wait for Naruto to come back? Karen thought about it. It might be somewhat dangerous, considering they didn't know what he wanted exactly. And he didn't say what he wanted, at all. Just that he needed to speak with Uzumaki Naruto. And it sounded quite urgent, by his tone. Mai shook her head. Karen sighed. She drummed her fingers on the table. Then she stood up. Karen. I'm going to meet him instead. Whatever he needs to say to Naruto, he can say to me. It's the same thing, really. I'll relay the rest to Naruto later. Are you sure? Of course. Karen smiled. Deep down, she really wasn't too reassured. Still, she left UMI shortly after. Karen reappeared somewhere close to the meeting place, in the land of rice. She sent a shadow clone in her place, and hid herself further away. She focused her mind on the clone, ready to dispel it at a moment's notice. Karen, her clone, technically didn't have to wait for too long, and the person she was waiting for stepped out of the shadows. You have no idea how difficult it is to find any of you, when you have multiple security checks to pass just to reach the people relaying the messages to UMI. The man said. I think I do, actually. Karen said with a small smile. After all, I helped put these measures in place. He didn't answer. It has been a very long time, hasn't it? Karen asked. It has. The man agreed. His expression was unreadable. Hello, Karen. Hello, Sasuke. Chapter 119, A Bargain. Eastern Land of Fire. Naruto extended his chakra senses, and rolled his shoulders. Talking with Mei had been unfruitful, when it came to finding the person he was looking for. They had extended a direct line of contact through connected scrolls, with many plans for the future, though. Which might be worth more than the information itself. Talking to the 10 next informants had been useless, though. And in all honesty, he had not exactly expected anything else. Well, he had gotten something good out of this, at least. Now, how did you find a ghost? He would ask Hanabi usually, but she seemed tense around him, now. He could understand, too, so he would do things by himself for a little while. Naruto didn't mind. While he loved 3 of them, and cared deeply for the others, there were some things that he could only find when he was alone. And keeping up the facade, pretending he was entirely there, was getting harder and harder. Not peace of mind, though, far from it, considering how much his mind kept on turning, remembering, whispering. But the wind's song, the distant thunderstorms, the fire in his veins. The call of the waxing moon. The night, overshadowing it all. His footsteps guide him, and he knows where to go. With barely a thought, wind and lightning come to him and he leaps toward the skies. Land of rice. The silence that stretched between Karen and Sasuke was definitely not comfortable. Why did you want to meet Naruto? She finally asked. Sasuke's hand tightened around his sword. Is he not here, then? Sasuke asked in clipped tones. No. Sasuke squinted his eyes. You are a clone. Indeed. Sasuke moved with surprising swiftness. He trapped her clone in a Sharingan genjutsu and extracted her real location. Karen cursed. Sasuke blurred forward toward her and jumped over the row of jagged spikes she summoned in a blink. It really couldn't go that smoothly, could it? His chakra was pooling into his hair. Ninja art, needle jizo. Suzuki's ponytail whipped around as he flipped through the air, sharp spikes of black hair needling the entire area around them. Karen's left hand flew up, and one of the rings on her fingers glinted in the light. "Seeking chain," she called. A golden chain extended from her fingers, spinning in circles to deflect the sharp needles. All of them. Suzuki was closing the distance, now. There was something blue in his hand, full of whirling energy. Something she knew very well. Karen retracted her chain. Chakra gathered to her left hand as well, in a mirror of Suzuki's attack. The same chain extended again, and carried the orb with it. Better not to let him come close. She saw the surprise on Suzuki's face. Raised on. The attacks collided. They held them there for a while, grunting, before they detonated. The chain dispelled, and Suzuki was sent flying. Suzuki landed on his feet, looking uncertain. Karen's chain floated in the air lazily. "Where did you learn this?" he asked. "What do you think?" She shot back. "This is Naruto's father's technique." Suzuki pursed his lips. Flames flickered around his form for an instant. Then they died down. "I shouldn't have attacked you." He shook his head. I'm not exactly thinking straight. Sorry. If Naruto's not here, it doesn't matter anyway. Whatever it is you want to ask Naruto, you can ask me," she said. "No. This is not something I can ask you," he said, starting to walk away. "Did you come to try to kill him?" she asked, folding her arms. She had no doubt that he would not manage, no matter how strong he was. Suzuki paused. "I am supposed to, but that's not why I'm here. Not today." "Spit it out. You're not going to find him anywhere else." Suzuki stopped moving. "That's what I thought." Karen began. "You're not even looking to fight him, then?" Suzuki said nothing. No, it's way more complicated than just this, isn't it?" Karen asked. "You need him." Suzuki didn't stiffen, only because he was already too still. But something changed in his posture. "Believe me, I know how absurd it might sound." Suzuki turned around again, and his face was hard. "The man I'm supposed to kill, who likely killed my father." "We didn't," Karen said stiffly. "We? You are involved then, Karen." She lifted an eyebrow. "Did you think my uniform was just for show?" He let out a small sound that could have been considered a chuckle. "I find it somewhat hard to believe none of you have anything to do with my father." Karen shrugged. "We told everything we knew about it already. We think Danzo was played by Akatsuki, and it has something to do with a man named Yakushi Kabuto. Or Sasori of the Red Sand. I've read this already, of course. You don't have any concrete proof. In your news press, I mean." Something strange passed through his eyes. "I've read some of the issues." "So? That was Toru, wasn't it?" he asked with a grim face. "At least, some of the earlier comics." "Yes." Karen nodded slowly. "Yes, it was. And you already know what we know about his death, if you read the rest of them." "That Danzo did it?" Suzuki asked, keeping his tone carefully even. "Yes." He sighed. "Honestly, I can believe it." Karen was surprised. Unpleasantly. Suzuki continued, his face somber. "And if it was the truth, we would have done something about Danzo ourselves, no matter if he was, technically getting rid of a missing ninja. Toru didn't do anything wrong," he said angrily. "We agree, then. What's your issue with us, here? Aside from the issue with my dad, and the people I know you have killed? And what you're doing through the world? What do you think is going to happen to the war front, with Danzo gone?" he asked exasperatedly. "Why did you act now?" Karen lifted an eyebrow. "So it is about the war. Don't you understand? People will die in Konoha. Instead of people in Wind." Suzuki gave a grim nod. "I know what you're saying, but less people would have died." "What of IWA?" Karen asked pointedly. "They won't back down, that's almost for certain. This war is barely halfway through. And what of Kumo? She folded her arms again. Would Danzo really have trusted them to remain allies, even if we didn't intervene? Or would he have sabotaged them? Suzuki winced. I can't guarantee what would have happened. Me neither. Suzuki's features hardened. But no matter if you are telling the truth or not about my father, Danzo. Kakashi died by Naruto's hand, and to me, this is unforgivable. His face was stern. I won't deny this. Karen said slowly. They tried to kill each other. Naruto won. There was real emotion on Suzuki's face. He pushed it aside. So it is true. Then I have to find him. Suzuki repeated. What for? Seeing that he wasn't going to elaborate. You probably won't get to meet him for a long while, if I don't warn him. I don't have any time to waste. Suzuki growled. None at all. Then tell me. If it's important, I will make sure he knows. As soon as possible. Uchiha Suzuki looked conflicted. Or maybe that was a bit of an understatement. He looked as though he was drowning in his own emotions. We may be able to help, Suzuki. Karen tried. Depending on what this is about. We don't have to actually be enemies. Itake. Your brother. Karen furrowed her brows. Did something happen to him? Suzuki gritted his teeth, but continued. He was taken away. Akatsuki. Yes. He said in clipped tones. By the man that you know as Tobi. Uchiha Obito. We know who he is. He grabbed him and disappeared with him. Suzuki spat. I still fail to see what this has to do with us. She could almost see the fire burning in Suzuki's gut. The eye Kakashi's eye. They come from the same person, their ability must be the same. Suzuki shouted. Karen almost slapped her forehead. Sakura. She groaned. Are you sure of this? Karen asked. Suzuki shook his head, now looking a tiny bit unsure. He deflated. No. Not fully, at least. But Kakashi. He could make things disappear, just like the man can make himself disappear. There must be a connection. Might. Karen stressed. So Suzuki knew about it, too. And Naruto took the eye. He roared, and some flames started to escape him. Where did you take it? Calm yourself. Karen grunted. There is no need to throw a tantrum. Attack me if you want, but I will defend myself. I don't want to calm myself. He snapped. This is. As far as I know, Kakashi gave his eye to Naruto. She said with a stiff voice. What, this is ridiculous. Suzuki roared. Why would he give? I think it's the only way to counter that Uchiha's ability. Why would he give it to? Because. Karen said dryly. She was not really enjoying this meeting with an old friend. He probably thought that Naruto was a better option than letting the eye rot away. Better than Uchiha Obito. I don't think we're in the wrong here at all, honestly. Trying to wipe the heated glare upon his face, Suzuki took a long breath. Why should I believe you? Karen groaned. Fuck if I care, do whatever you want. He looked dumbfounded. What? This was useless. I'm leaving. Karen readied herself to do so. Wait. She lifted an eyebrow. Look, I told you what we knew. I don't think either of us is going to get much more from this. You should be glad it was me, and not Naruto himself. He'd have beaten you senseless. Or something more unpleasant. He had some pretty, unpredictable moods, some days. Not with any of them, of course, but outside of UMI. Suzuki frowned again. Is he that strong now? She laughed. Suzuki frowned harder. Never mind that. He said. But that doesn't matter, anyway. I hate everything he has done, everything he plans to do. If it weren't for the bind I find myself in. Karen regained her countenance. You shouldn't meddle with this. She shook her head. Go back to Konoha. I haven't been to the village in the last few days. Suzuki admitted. What? Are you? I'm not leaving. He said hotly. I told them why I was going in hiding to protect the village. And I'm looking for Jiraiya, too. I have to talk with the toads. I've been ignoring their calls for the last days, while I got this sorted out. Karen pursed her lips. It wasn't her role to tell him, but she pitied him, for a moment. It doesn't seem like you're very good at hiding yourself. Suzuki sounded frustrated. I can defend myself. If I stay in the village, these bastards will attack it. And considering what happened to Kumo. He let the sentence hang. You're right. Karen admitted. Suzuki grunted in answer. And you were right before. About the eye. We have it, and we used it already. Then. But I can assure you, we don't know how to use it to transport a person. And we're not willing to give you the eye, either. Sorry. The whole situation sucks. She made to leave again. I think Itaki is trapped inside. He added quickly. The hell are you talking about? Inside what? Karen asked, frowning. A megacore? Again, sorry, but we're not going. No. He shook his head, getting frustrated again. In the Kamui. Huh? The ability? So it's like a pocket realm. Yes. He breathed out. According to what Kakashi said, it is likely to be. Besides, there is no way that guy could take Itaki in a fair fight. That's probably how he did it. He really thinks the world of him, still. What if he simply got dropped close to Nagato? Well. Karen didn't really have it in her to dash his hopes. She rubbed her temples in frustration. All right. Assuming your hunch is right. What are we supposed to do? As I said, there's no way for us to get in. Not that we'd try in the first place. Send me then. Karen snorted. If you'd seen the control, she interrupted herself before revealing who had the eye, just in case. Suzuki understood, because he gritted his teeth. The control we have over Kamui, you wouldn't say this. I don't care if it's risky. The last time the Eye's wielder tried to warp someone's upper torso, only the top half of his face went away. So granted, they were trying to kill the man, but still. Suzuki paled. Obviously, a clone won't make it for the same reason. Karen continued. The Uchiha stayed silent for a long while. I know the circumstances are complicated. He sounded pained. But. He went down to his knees and bowed. Wah. Itaki is my only brother. He began. I ask you to make a bargain with me. A bargain? Yes. Suzuki said. You don't have anything we want, I'm afraid. Please stand up. Karen shook her head. I ask you to help my brother. He is alive, I know it. Ask the Kamui wielder, they are bound to be able to peer into the realm somehow. And if your brother is alive, then I ask you to keep him alive. Food, water, Sutton can only do that much until I can figure out a way to help him, or he saves himself. He said, with utter faith. Karen gave him a long glance. You're asking for quite a lot. The wielder has almost no control over the jutsu, and you're asking us to use up the eye even more. Because it's a guarantee we're going to miss several times. Who knows how many tries we have? Suzuki looked to be in pain. If he really is trapped in there and you help him, I will owe you a favor. Anything that doesn't go against my village or my loved ones. That is quite a lot. And quite vague, too. Why should I believe you? I swear on my honor. Karen scoffed. We are ninja, not samurai. But she felt sympathy for him. A chain extended from her hand. Hold on to this and say that again. She said. He actually did, with no reaction. She could feel no lie. What a mess. Maybe I should have let Naruto come here himself. Then again, maybe not. Who knew how he'd have reacted? Maybe they'd have killed each other, if it went particularly wrong. Why are you willing to give up so much? You don't know what we could ask. Attack is worth it. Are you sure of what you're doing? Yes. Will you make this bargain with me, Karen. She took a moment to think. It might cause them some problems in the future, if this Uchiha Obito really was close to invincible without the eye, but there was no certainty that it would be unusable by then. And, this was still Sasuke's brother. And a favor from Uchiha Sasuke could really come in handy. It was not a very difficult choice, in the end. She'd deal with Sakura's pettiness later. Very well. I accept your terms, Sasuke. The bargain was set. The coast leading to Uzushiagakure's supposed location was nothing but ruins. Naruto had not expected much, and still, he was disappointed. He was on an island, not too far from the mainland. He hoped that this was not it. Because if this was Uzu itself, or if Uzu was in a similar shape, there would be no answers. The weather was unfathomably humid and warm. Just standing there, he felt tired. UMI had really lucked out, in the weather department. Naruto was not an expert when it came to ruins, but it was likely that this had been one of Uzushiagakure's outposts on the mainland. What was left was white stone, that even now, looked entirely too pristine, considering how damaged it was. Its colors had barely changed, it seemed. And if this was just an outpost, as he thought, then Uzushiagakure must have been quite a sight. Something was strange about it, though. It had been close to half a century, and he could not really see signs of plant life growing on the stone. Same went for wildlife. It seemed as though the animals steered clear from it, even. And even stranger. It didn't really look as though the cause of the destruction had really been an invasion. Naruto couldn't put his finger on why he thought that way, but he did. And some of the ruins were partially submerged, too. Now every ruin was a place where something had been torn apart, human or structure. This tearing might have been done by human hands, or by nature itself. Each ruin was a window into a particular moment in history, where things changed, when the windmill turned. By themselves, ruins didn't mean anything, of course. People would give them meaning, but what they did was freeze a moment in time. They joined the work of man, and the destruction it could bring. Sometimes, it was just nature on its own, too. And here, it really looked as though the sea had swallowed the outpost. Lost in thought, Naruto barely realized his focus was starting to slip. The sun shone a blinding white, and Madara squinted his eyes. Sea air had a salty, briny smell to it, one that he didn't really care for. As the glare of the sun subsided, he saw that the sky was a brilliant blue, with not a single cloud in sight. Off in the distance, the sky and the sea blended together. He was sure that most people would have jumped at the chance to come here. Unfortunately, he wasn't much of a seaman. No Uchiha was, really. And the air was too heavy too, making him feel as though just walking here was more of an effort than needed. There were plenty of people strolling down the streets, in light, colorful clothing. Maybe that was the trick. This clan of islanders were apparently distantly related to the Senju, and had been their longtime allies. Which meant that with the newfound alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans, they were to become allies with the Uzumaki as well. Madara didn't want to come, frankly. They could simply have hosted the meeting in Konoha. Well, what was to become Konoha, it wasn't much to see, right now. But of course. Hashirama had insisted. And once he got an idea into that thick head of his. And he was terrible at painting an objective picture of what they were to expect from the meeting itself. He just went on and on excitedly, never bothering to make sure if anyone really followed what he was saying. Madara had gotten somewhat decent at extracting meaning from his scatterbrained explanations, by now. But even then, he didn't know how friendly these Uzumaki truly were. They were allegedly sealing arts experts, so maybe he would at least find something interesting to learn. Izuna had always told him that he needed a hobby. Before Toby. He shut down that train of thought. Are you coming? Hashirama's loud voice was embarrassing. People were staring at the obvious foreigner, standing there cheerfully. Some women were giggling, too, and Madara let out a sigh. Yeah. The boat's about to depart. A boat? Weren't they sealing experts? Couldn't they find a better way? Naruto blinked and he was back to his own body. The smell of salt and the sound of rushing waves was the same, even though the city was no more. The juxtaposition of bustling alleys and empty ruins made something clench within him. His throat felt somewhat dry, too, and water didn't really seem to help. He shook his head. According to the memories, Uzushiagakuer was supposed to be, in this general direction. If there were even was something left. Naruto didn't have a boat, but he would manage, dashing over the waves, he knew. Worst case, he would just warp back to UMI. He really wasn't risking much, here. And Naruto whirled around, a blade in hand. It is a nice evening for a swim, isn't it? There was someone, sitting on top of the ruins. A regal woman, her hair was snow-white and her eyes golden. She was wearing a burgundy overcoat, over dark red clothes, embroidered with red and gold trims. Of course, Naruto recognized her right away. From the boat, and from all the times she had seemed to flash across his vision after that. Shachi. He greeted, unsure of her intentions. Were you looking for me? The woman's voice called softly. He had seen her in several memories. Not only his own. Chapter 120, Moon Underwater. Chapter 120, Moon Underwater. Chapter text. Naruto had so many questions that he could not remember a single one. He stared at her, never once releasing his sword. Her golden eyes were fixed into his, not breaking contact. There was something ethereal about her, something he could not define. You have changed since last time. Haven't you? Shachi asked. Where did you come from? Naruto asked. How did you get here? The same way you did, I presume. She said wryly. This evening, Naruto didn't really feel like dealing with this sort of riddle. Who are you? You know exactly who I am, deep down. I don't. Naruto spat. His blood was boiling already. Was this all just another stupid game to her? She frowned slightly but stood up. Well, I shall tell you, then. But first, there is a place you wanted to go to, didn't you? The sword never left Naruto's hand. She came closer, and for a moment, he considered simply killing her. Then he'd be done with it, with all these games. It would be so easy, too. He didn't know how strong she was, but there was almost no one in the elemental countries that could match his speed, at this point. Except, of course, a few of the people he needed to get rid of. Was she one of them? Her golden eyes roamed over his face, and he was reminded very uncomfortably of Orochimaru. His worst aspects. You can put this sword away. She said. I am not here to fight. Then you mean to manipulate me, instead? Naruto began. There is no difference, to me. I am no one's puppet. Manipulate you. She frowned, the expression looking so honest that Naruto almost wanted to believe it. I have no intention of doing so. And what is that you're doing now? His voice started to rise. Naruto was more in control of himself usually, but no. He used to be more in control. Not now, not anymore. The same as always. Helping you. Your help brought me nothing but Yasuo's death. Naruto roared. Shachi froze. Naruto froze. He felt strange. He had said the words, yes. But he did not even understand who he had been talking about. Shachi seemed to realize it, too, and regained her countenance. Well, she could pretend to be as composed as she wanted. It was obvious that the words had rattled her. I can help you, if you let me. She repeated. Naruto snorted. It's pretty clear to me that you're not somebody whose help I want. She closed her eyes for a moment, in something that might well have been sadness, on someone else. Naruto ignored it. He spoke. I was looking for you, yes. But now. I'm not sure why I thought I would get anything in the way of answers from you. I'll ask you one. Where is Uzushio? She gave him another long look. You won't find it. Not alone. Shachi said at last. But I can bring you there. How convenient. He growled. What do you intend to do to me? Shachi shook her head. Nothing. Do not lie to me. A wry smile spread on her lips. I am not lying to you. And I won't harm you, either. Naruto could feel no lie. But then again, he was not as good at this as Karen was. The silence stretched on for a long while. Where are we? Naruto asked instead. Depending on her answer, he would either leave, or stay to listen a little bit longer. This is the Isle of Yoizan. She began. Most of it drowned in the tidal wave that followed the fall of Ozu. Yoizan. The name rang somewhat familiar to him, like something he had heard in passing, long ago. It's an island from the Ozu archipelago. It saw a lot of trade back when Ozu still lived. She smiled lightly, lost into memories. You have lived for too long, haven't you? Shachi gave him a slight smile. Tell me the truth. Naruto began. She was about to speak, and he interrupted her. No. I don't care about your age. How was this island destroyed? The same way Uzushio was destroyed. She simply said. By Iwa and Kiri. In a way. Shachi nodded. Because rather than let the invaders destroy them and leave, Uzushio called a tidal wave. It swept everything. Including its own people, the twin cities, and the enemy forces. Naruto stood silent for a while. Nobody had ever bothered to tell him about this, apparently. Not that Uzushio was talked about much. Could a tidal wave have destroyed the town so, completely? Shachi gave him a grim smile. Yes. The Uzumaki, who were most of the island's inhabitants, had a strong affinity for water. Combine this with their seals and desperation, and well. You're looking at the results. Not for the first time, Naruto wondered what it was that made him feel so far removed from the water element. She didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him, so he continued. And why do all the buildings look so similar? Uzushio and the surrounding islands were all designed and planned by a single person. Really? Yes. They named the island after her. Yoizan. Yes. Of course, there were some that felt the Uzumaki clan was too privileged, considering Uzushio itself was named after them already. But they were the founders. She was an Uzumaki then. Shachi nodded. Yes. But since the Emperor of Eastern Fire at the time was struck by the uniform beauty of the town, there was not much to be done here. She looked at him, unreadable. Shall we go to Uzushio, then? I don't think you will be able to reach much by yourself. She shook her head. I will find it on my own, if I have to. He grunted. Finding it is not going to be the only trouble. Shachi smiled lightly. Then without waiting for his answer, she leaped to the ocean. There, she hovered, suspended slightly above the water, that churned into a spiral under her feet. Again, who are you? She smiled lightly, and let her chakra flow freely. The sheer weight of it reminded Naruto that as strong as he might have become, he still wasn't at the top of the food chain. Her chakra prodded at him, almost protective in its nature. Naruto didn't let it come too close to him. I was one of Indra's companions, long ago. The last living one. I was sent to watch over his descendants, without interfering with their fate before they are ready. Something hot and angry churned in Naruto's gut. You're one of his allies. I was. She said. Indra is long dead. Yet he still lives, through you. Once he takes over my body, you mean? Naruto spat. Yes. You will be reborn as him. She said with certainty, as if she were talking about the weather. Something cold and angry churned inside him. You think I'm going to let you both do this? I'm truly sorry for you, but I don't think you're going to have any choice in the matter. She said quietly. I will oppose it, every step of it. I will fight him. It is not a matter of fighting him. Shachi shook her head. Because it won't be a fight. Naruto stood still, despite the voice chuckling in his head. Why do you say this? It is unavoidable. And even if you were to try to fight it, to fight him, it would change nothing. It is still his chakra. And in all previous incarnations, fighting it caused insanity, over time. Including Uchiha Madara. Of course. She almost smiled. For all of his strength, power, he lost his mind decades before his body followed. He spent most of his time alive lost in this madness, hiding in a cave, making up nonsensical plans. Why does it happen? Indra's chakra has an unusually strong affinity for yin. An unbalanced yin leads to the corruption of the mind. Just like unbalanced yang leads to corruption of the body. His descendants inherited part of it, and even in them, the curse runs strong. There was no one whose chakra was strong enough in yang to handle it. He knew where she was going. Until you came along. Naruto closed his eyes. I wouldn't say I'm managing. Naruto muttered, finally breaking the long silence. Shachi lifted an eyebrow. And why not? I hear some of their voices. The ancestors. I see their memories, too. Several of them, too. She said softly. That is a good sign. Well, not for you. But you are strong enough to carry Indra's will, then. Why? Indra's touch alone was enough to drive the other descendants irremediably mad. Most, before they reached your age. And never this long after they started hearing. That was a deflection, and he knew it. No wonder. He muttered. She smiled. That is why I'm saying you're managing well. Naruto said nothing for a while. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I won't let it happen. He said evenly. Something like pity passed through her eyes. I am sorry, but again, there is no other eventuality. Naruto glared at her. What if I simply ended it right now? My life. You really are spirited just like he was. Answer me. It might work for this life, but now that his soul knows what sort of body makes for a better host. It is only a matter of time before he comes back. Besides, you and I both know you will not accept to die. Naruto gritted his teeth. So everything I do is for nothing. He spat. Why should I believe this? With every passing reincarnation, the chakra contained within Indra's soul becomes stronger. There is no way for you to fight it, as it is now. Once you start hearing the past voices, you're lost already. If the memories are coming to you during your awake hours, as I believe they do. She let the sentence hang. It is too late. It won't be a fight, Uzumaki Naruto. She said. You probably have a few months left. Weeks, maybe. Naruto was breathing hard. Inside, the voice was taunting him. I will kill them. Who shall you kill? Shachi asked him easily. When he looked up, there was no hatred on his face. It was something deadlier, instead. Indifference. Every single person descended from Indra, if needed. Naruto said. And I will make sure anyone closely or distantly related to the brothers won't be able to have children. That should do it. Shachi paused. You won't have the time. He gave her a grim smile. I wouldn't bet on it. I don't think you quite realize how short your remaining time as yourself is. I think I know already. Naruto spat. He had felt it, tried to ignore it. Besides, you would still be alive. And if you were not, who knows where the chakra would go, with no one suitable to reach. She let the sentence hang in the air. Somebody less suitable, perhaps. It will just be a delay. And you won't be able to find all of the people descended from the sage. It is a fool's errand. It was true. 1,000 years was just too much time. Naruto's expression darkened. He looked into her eyes, searching them. Maybe you're right. Naruto admitted, pushing down on his raging emotions. But the chakra can only leave on death, is that right? Shachi pursed her lips. Is that right? He asked in clipped tones. It seemed she had no choice but to tell him the truth. It is. She finally said. Naruto smiled. Then it is quite simple. I won't kill myself. I won't die either. Shachi stayed silent. I will find a way to trap myself for all of eternity. Sleeping. Shachi closed her eyes. Let's see what Indra and his machinations can do about this. There was a long silence. It stretched on. You are just as devious as he was. Shachi said, with a hint of wistfulness. In her, it seemed to be a genuine emotion. I am his spiritual heir, am I not? He asked, folding his arms. I should trap you and wait until the madness consumes you. Then Indra would take you. But you can't. He lifted an eyebrow. You wouldn't have let me run free for so long if you had any choice in the matter. Naruto said, now amused. Another pause. Did you take a vow, maybe? Did he force you to? Her lack of an answer was an answer in itself. That does sound like the man I've seen in my memories. He doesn't trust anyone, does he? Naruto asked. He was different, before. She sounded bitter. That is the man I want to bring back. That man is long dead. Naruto spat. What is left is a corpse hanging on to life desperately. He is not. She denied vehemently. For a moment, something like anger, or maybe despair, crossed her face. That was something he could use. Then you know it as well. He pressed on. A man who forced you to obey his commands cannot be the man you swore your loyalty to. You do not understand how it happened. She called out. He bound you to him. And as his shadow, he bound you to me, too. She said nothing. Is this the man you want to bring back? Or are you forced to? Her chakra flared, pressing down on him. Naruto gritted his teeth, but didn't move. Stop it. She said, looking imperious again. He had lost his momentum. She was guarded again. Let us go. To Uzushio. Shachi said, her tone hard. Isn't this what you wanted? His face closed off, as well. It is. She flew away, floating slightly above the sea. Naruto followed, shrouded in lightning. After what felt like hours of running, dashing and jumping over water, she came to a halt brutally. We're here. Shachi said. They were seemingly in the middle of the ocean. Thunderstorms raged far away, and besides the rain and the dark, churning waves he was trying to keep his balance on, he could see nothing in sight. Naruto thought he understood, now. She came closer to him and he tensed. Stay inside. It will prevent decompression sickness when we come back up, too. She said. What? A bubble of air and chakra enveloped them. Naruto suddenly got a terrible feeling about this. And it was confirmed 1 second later. They dropped through the water. Fast. Naruto barely held on to a scream. His stomach was steadily rising through his body, it seemed. The water turned from light blue to greenish blue, to dark and muddy to pitch black. And it must have been near freezing, because Naruto felt the cold through here, even as he was shielded by the bubble. Naruto thought he could see something in the distance, somewhere under them. And then they slowed down, before he threw up. His feet touched soft muddy ground and he looked around in darkness. There was no life, nothing at all. No fish, no sponge, no snake-looking thing whose name he could barely remember right now. Shachi's left hand moved and light shone. What she had said earlier had not been entirely true. A tidal wave had been summoned, yes, but this was likely the cause of it. The entire city of Uzushio had been sunken, along with the island it had stood on. Naruto could only gape. He could see cliffs in the distance, and pieces of strange wood-like substance that might have trees once. How had they turned into this? It gave him shivers, just to see and think about it. Shachi looked at him, and motioned for him to walk with her. The city of Uzu itself looked almost untouched. The buildings were still in the same pristine white color he had seen in Yoizan. And the architecture was the same, as well. He could now see how tall the buildings had been, and how elaborate the walkways that spanned throughout the place were. Everywhere he looked around was white, and in the darkness of the sea, something about it terrified him. From the sheer marble walls to the intricately carved arches that loomed over them. And the attention to detail that was put into anything, from the smallest carvings to the vaulted ceilings and open chambers, let a feeling of stunned awe blossom in his stomach. It was a beautiful place. Or rather, it must have been, back when there had been life. And it was a hollow one. Seeing it so empty of life made something in Naruto want to cry. And there were a few scattered memories, too. He could remember children running down these streets, narrowly dodging through civilians and amused shinobi under the bright summer sun. He could remember the smell of the sea, the city of pristine white that was considered the jewel of the Eastern Sea. Friends and families smiling, laughing, living. Different people, different pasts, different ambitions. But all he could see now was a drowned treasure. And the only fate these people had in common in the end was this. Naruto said nothing for a while. He had never felt any real connection to his mother's side before, but he couldn't deny that the raw longing was painful. There used to be gardens around here. They were alight with flowers. Shachi said. I know. His voice was raw. Not by the weight of his longing, but the few memories he had of the place. I know. Seals were woven through the very stone of this place. It was an ancient, lost art. Not as lost as she thought. And that's why they still look the same after half a century. And why there are no animals around. Naruto finished. She smiled lightly. They continued to walk along the streets of the underwater city, in complete silence. After a while of this, Naruto had enough. Let's leave here. Haven't you found anything of worth? There's nothing waiting for me here, besides regrets that I am not sure are mine. Naruto shook his head. I would at least suggest taking a look at the archives. Shachi offered, way too casually. Naruto frowned. Was there one? What are you hiding? I told you. She smiled slightly. I'm only trying to help. The knowledge might be lost forever, otherwise. Do you want them for yourself, or for Indra? Well, she was quite obviously manipulating him into doing something. But truth be told, he was now simply too interested in Uzushio's library to pass on the opportunity. It had been too long since he really had learned something new when it came to the sealing arts, considering the fact his knowledge had outgrown most shinobi on the planet. And he wanted a big library, quite simply. He would also need to devise a system to file the books, at some point. He followed her into the building. It was very late and the library was a dark, silent, and empty place. Of course, it might mostly be because they were deep underwater and the only people around were found in the form of skeletons. The library in Uzushio was impressive. There was no doubt about it. It was hard for Naruto to decide what to pick first. Obscure tomes on the intricacies of sealing loops. Books on rituals were a given. He had some unanswered questions. The woman helped him plunder the library for all it's worth, making sure he didn't just end up with soggy scrolls once he unsealed them from their different sections. To put it simply, he took everything. As far as he was concerned, it was his birthright. Well, I think that's about it. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. He looked toward Shachi, who seemed somewhat amused by the whole thing. Somewhat nostalgic, too. He still didn't trust her at all, but it really seemed as though she had no immediate intention to act against him. Which really didn't mean much, considering he had willingly gone underwater with her as his only buffer against the sea. Maybe Ino was right, he could be pretty dumb. Let us go, then. She nodded. I'm sure you have plenty more questions. It is the least I can do for you. The place started shaking slowly. Naruto frowned. Are you doing this? No. Her face tensed. Quiet. He extended his chakra senses, but there was nothing he could feel around them. Did we trigger some ancient protection? Gods, he sure hoped there was no divine creature set to guard the library. One sea dragon had been enough. That's not it. The rumble became louder. The pressure over them increased, until the bubble of air strained. I think we're falling? No, rising no, the city is rising how? I do not know for sure. Shachi said, with a tight expression. But that is not good. Is the city able to do this? No. She cut him off sharply. It's not. I would know. What is it then? He asked, holding on to his balance. There are not so many things in this world that have power over gravity. The Rinnegan is one of them. She hissed. We might have led Nagato straight to the city. Or he simply didn't like us coming here. The Rinnegan, then? Naruto wondered. She seemed to fear it. He filed the information somewhere. Well, let's leave, then. I'm not about to wait to face Nagato, or whoever's doing that. Naruto extended his hand to her, unsure why he was doing it in the first place. She seemed just as surprised as he was. 10 seconds later, they disappeared in a crack of thunder. They reappeared next to Yoizan, and watched with bated breath. Several thousand people saw it. Far out at sea, something lifted out of the waves. An extremely large white structure, of which the infrastructure was formed out of intricate-looking pillars and columns of an equally pristine color, rose from the sea, whereas Ishiagakuer used to rest. It lifted slowly, smoothly, rising towards the skies. The ascent continued, unimpeded. And then, it hung in the heavens. And from the heavens, one man spoke of the coming end. Check the description for the links to the author.